4 days is Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania. Now, if you go to the board over there and add up electoral votes, that would be enough to get him back in the Oval Office. Just a couple things on that. If she wins, Trey, she would be the first candidate, certainly in the modern era, perhaps ever, who's never held a formal press conference. I don't know how you feel about that, but Nikki Haley went public. Here's her op-ed today. Trump isn't perfect, but he's the better choice. If you like his policies but are put off by his tone or excesses, consider the cost of the past 4 years. I don't know how you evaluate that, but Nikki Haley's weighed in twice now in the final 7 days.
Well, my first analysis is I never got in trouble for something I didn't say. So if you don't talk, it's hard to get in trouble. The problem with Kamala Harris is she has a voting record, and it was to the left of Bernie Sanders. I mean, very few Americans think death row inmates ought to be able to vote. Like maybe none. When I say very few, I mean none. But she did. So she either has to explain her change in position, which is always tough, or she has to just not talk. Donald Trump didn't participate in the primary debates. Katie Hobbs won in Arizona. I mean, I think it's on.
Wow, Kamala Harris actually supported death row. The woke insanity is off the charts. Death row. Hey, wanna be on death row? Wanna be on death row and then still have the right to vote because Kamala Harris is a kook?
But I'm proud to say that when my wife and I left the service, we put down roots here. We started a company, created hundreds of jobs, and have tried to invest in the betterment of our community. And I'm running for this office, not because I personally desire to be a politician. I'd much rather be at home with my 4 kids or water bombing fires. But the truth is, I'm concerned about where our country's heading. And I think it's time for a new generation of leaders to step up and try to start fixing some of these problems and stop talking about them. We have some very serious issues to deal with, and we need serious people to deal with them. Senator Tester's been in office many years. I thank him for his service. He also voted to impeach Donald Trump twice. Said on CNN we should punch him in the face. He voted with Biden and Harris every single time it mattered, voted against all Supreme Court judge nominees that came from the Trump administration, and has advocated to end the filibuster and expand the Supreme Court. The very structure of our constitutional republic is at stake this November. Control of the U.S. Senate is at stake on November 5th. Montanans have a tremendous responsibility on their shoulders to preserve our republic and take America back. I humbly ask for your vote. I've spent my life serving this country, and I hope to do so for another 6 years. Thank you.
What a beast. What a beast. What an absolute beast.
On us as voters if we give people a free pass for not having to explain their positions. But both sides have done it in the past.
I hope it's a tradition that ends. I hope this is the last time that we allow the candidates to dictate to us, presidential candidates, when and how many debates they'll have. They should have 3 always, and they should split it up about the issues. But we'll have an opportunity to talk about
this. And Bill and Dana should moderate one of those.
Trey, with a Trump victory, however, have you given thought much to how it might be different from his first term?
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't like it when I say this. I think 2016 caught them all by surprise. I'm not sure they were planning on winning. So finding, vetting good cabinet, I mean, look at the number of original cabinet members that actually survived. So I know the folks running transition for him, they have been hard at work. I think you will see more closely vetted candidates. I think where he will get frustrated is the House is a slow-moving body. It starts all over again. So he may have an agenda, but the House takes a while to get cranked up. He's going to have to do it with executive action, which conservatives used to not like, but now they're okay with it.
It depends on the timing, right? Harold, any final last word?
I don't disagree with what Trey said about President Trump. I think Vice President Harris will have similar challenges. She has a little bit of an incumbency advantage. She'll be able to pick her team, but we got a long way before that.
And she'll likely have a Republican Senate to deal with.
Right, and hopefully a Democratic House. If not, if it's Republican House, Republican Senate, the country may like it because it'll slow things down, but it may frustrate her if she's president.
Get your sleep.
All right, guys.
And you
thank
too.
you. Thanks,
All right,
so good to have you here.
You.
Counting the votes in Arizona tomorrow night could turn into a marathon, all thanks to a ballot in Maricopa County that is unusually long. Tell us more. Alicia Acuna, she's there in Phoenix with the story. Hi, Alicia.
Hi, Dana. I spoke with a Maricopa County elections official who told me that the county is already, quote, backed up as it processes the early mail-in ballot here. And in large part, that's because of the county's
They're already backed up? What?
long
How?
ballot. It is 2 pages, double-sided, with an average of 79 different contests. It's twice as long as most years. So taking the pages out of the envelopes is double the time. This could impact voters in 2 ways. First, it's likely going to delay fuller results we historically see here in the hour after the polls close. We will still be able to report early results, but only a percentage as they catch up. Maricopa County says they are working 24/7 and have added shifts. And second, a long ballot can equal long lines on Election Day. We talked to a couple of people who said it took them about an hour.
It definitely took more time, and I felt like I did have to spend more time going into depth on everything on the ballot.
Are you concerned about the lines on Tuesday, people waiting while other people are filling out that long ballot?
I am concerned. Ease of voting has always been a concern for me, so I think, the whole system needs to be reframed.
Oh my word! Voting's too hard. Voting's too hard. It takes too long. You have to read stuff. You have to know who people are. You have to know what issues are. Voting should be easier. What a pathetic joke.
Didn't really thought about to make voting easier for everybody because it is a struggle here.
Maricopa County is a must-win in this state, and elections officials here say it could take between 10 and 13 days for the final tally. Dana, some people will remember we were standing here in 2020 and 2022. It felt like for days on end. It has to do with the election laws here and the order in which the ballots are allowed to be counted. So we're trying to establish kind of a level set for expectations because, again, Arizona is going to Arizona. So we're all just going to have to settle in. Dana.
Come on, Arizona.
Let's go.
Yeah, Guess. What's up, Guess? I suspect Arizona and PA will be lawfare by Harris. Yeah.
I'm Kevin O'Leary, and you love him. O'Leary Ventures Chairman, Shark Tank investor, so much more. Kevin, what does your gut tell you how tomorrow goes?
Binary outcome. Going to be decided by 3 or 4 in the morning. That's my guess, like everybody else is guessing. I'm in the camp that says the swing states all go to one side or the other. I don't trust polling anymore. I've even looked at private polling data. And the problem I've learned, just as an investor and investing in some of this stuff, is that the actual panels that are done either online or by cell phone are very small. So if you're polling a county and only getting 1,200 people, your margin for error is over 4%, and no candidate's more than 2% ahead. It's useless data. So my gut tells me people have decided you've got really a different way to look at these two candidates in terms of the direction they want to take the country on so many different issues. And I think you're going to find out tomorrow sometime, maybe between 1 and 3 in the morning, it's all one side or the other. And I really believe that to be the case. So pollsters, they got to find a new career. Call me. I might give you a job somewhere.
Let me ask you a little bit about what's happening in the markets. As you see, the Dow is down about 360 some odd points. There are a lot of factors at play here. I don't want to get into the nitty gritty, but we are seeing interest rates, which had backed up pretty prohibitively, I think as high as 4.36%. We're under 4.30% on a 10-year. I don't know if that's telling you anything, but is it telling you anything?
Well,
Just kidding. What's up, Just kidding?
Here's what it's telling us.
Good to see you. Thanks for stepping in. How are you?
Number one is it's very rare times when the Fed is overshadowed by another event, and that's exactly what's happened here. The election is overshadowing everything. And there's a lot of uncertainty, as we've been talking about for days now. Markets, including the Treasury markets, don't like uncertainty, and we've got it. So I think things will settle down a little bit. Also, that jobs number that just came out, softer than many had anticipated, including me, and a lot of Boeing noise in there. And so as people start to think what the Fed's going to do, I'm not sure everybody's in the 50 basis point camp reduction. I think more like 25, maybe, or maybe even nothing for now while they try and figure it out. So all of this is just uncertainty. I bought some more T-bills today, took advantage of this, said, hey, I like T-bills during uncertain times. A little casherino interest, 4.62%. I'll take it.
Yeah, guaranteed by Uncle Sam. Kevin, let me get a quick take on what Donald Trump has said if he loses, that there'll be a depression, that there'll be a market crash. What do you think of that?
Donald being the Donald, you got to vote one way or the other based on policy.
I'm good. I spoke to my old political science professor who's chairman at University of West Virginia Rockefeller. He's a true blue Dem. He suspects the Trump win, but will end up in the Supreme Court like Bush v. Gore. Interesting. Man, I have moments where I get nervous, where I second guess, but I'm still pretty confident in a Trump win.
Because both sides are being absolutely crazy. You know, the thing that I take solace in if Trump wins is that he's surrounded himself, if there's a Trump 2.0, better people around him. The transition team headed by the Cantor Fitzgerald guy, I had a chance to speak with him. He is really focusing on AAA players that are policy focused. That's great. I think that's, everybody trusts him as a bipartisan guy. The rhetoric has been insane. The Nazi hunting stuff and then the firing squad stuff. You got to let all that go and decide which basket of policy do you want. Do you want a top-down economy where Harris is going to say, look, I'm going to tax everybody at 28%, and I'll pick the winners, like, the CHIPS and Science Act, or I'll decide who gets the money? Or do you want jump ball, where the corporate tax rates are lower and every 11th sector competes? That's sort of more the Trump camp. Less regulation. The rest, everybody chillax. I mean, Trump is not going to stop talking the way he talks. He's been doing it for 9 years. I mean, it's just, he's never going to change. So get over it.
All right. Got it. Howard, I think when you were referring to Howard, it was Howard Lutnick, a Cantor Fitzgerald, of course, is
yes,
looking at
Howard's the guy.
Number.
I called him myself.
Team players, right.
I'm still weighing it. I know my mind wants to do one thing, my heart wants to do another thing.
I'm a Trump girl, so I feel like there's a lot of enthusiasm for Trump, and just driving around, you see all the signs.
I'm voting for Kamala, and I thought under Trump's presidency, the country was a little bit too chaotic.
All those women in Pennsylvania, you hear their thoughts about the race come Tuesday, and that brings...
It's like, you idiot. The only reason it was quote-unquote chaotic under the Trump presidency is because the Democrats and the media were making up a bunch of lies and crap. Oh my word, I can't believe she fell for that. Yo, Dominican, Doc Watson, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Thank you guys for being here. It all comes down to who counts the ballots, not the voters. I disagree with that, guess. I think we can swamp the vote. I think we can make it too big to rig. Dominican, DCF, yes, I'm a conservative.
Brings up the issue of the gender gap, and we saw it in an NBC poll just out, and how big that split is pretty significant. If you look at women at 57 for Harris, men at 40, and then 58-41 for Trump. The Real Clear Politics average nationally now stands at Trump at 48.5% to Harris at 48.3%. What about this? Let's break down where these races stand.
Here, let's check the let's check Real Clear Politics ourselves, shall we? Real Clear Politics is now an absolute tie, 50-50 tie, or actually 48.5, 48.5. Are you kidding me? How ridiculous. Trump is up by 1 though in the battlegrounds. Wow, RCP betting average still has Trump at 58%. Holy cow, dude. They've got New Hampshire and Nebraska now as toss-up districts. And Minnesota they have as a toss-up. Why do they have Minnesota as a toss-up? Wow. The RCP average only has Harris up 4.8. Some of these polls had it within the margin of error. Rasmussen has Harris up 3 in Minnesota. MinnPost has Harris up 3 in Minnesota. Wow. In 2016, Trump only lost by 1.5. In 2020, he lost by 7. Wow, I didn't realize that Trump almost won. Trump almost won Minnesota in 16. Wow. I can't believe they have that many toss-ups. Trump's chances of winning remain baffling. Donald Trump should not be this close to the presidency again. Dude, I've known for a long time. One of my favorite things is it's so hilarious. The Democrats must be going insane. This was not supposed to be here. Donald Trump was supposed to be bankrupt and in prison. Donald Trump was supposed to have 0% support among the American people. The fact that Trump is about, even the Democrats admit he's got a 50-50 chance of becoming president right now is hilarious. Never could have been anticipated by the Dems. Oh, too funny. Too funny. You just gotta love it. You just gotta absolutely love it. Democrats absolutely in shambles. Donald Trump's resurgence wasn't foretold after America rejected him 4 years ago. That he is this close to victory is maddening. Oh, look at the Democrats are already freaking out. They're already saying we're going mad. F the woke. I agree. I'm worried about Wisconsin, PA. Liberals control the system. Who's Robin Hood at? I don't know. Locagen. What's up, Locagen? Welcome. Yo, Queen. Welcome. Thanks for the follow. They're probably calculating in the historical underpolling average with their... I agree with that. Minnesota grossly underestimates Republicans in polling. I believe that. No. No, Minnesota's not in play. Minneapolis will be last to count votes. DFL, Tim's party, has a massive ballot harvesting org. So Omar won 100,000 votes out of nowhere to win her primary. They do have a massive amount of fraud and ballot harvesting and stuff in Minnesota. I have seen documentaries about Ilhan Omar's fraudulent ballot pay. They pay people to go basically fraudulently gather up harvest ballots. Even though ballot harvesting itself might be legal, it's not legal the way they do it in terms of paying people the way they do. I've seen it in person. Oh, I believe it. Yeah. No, I mean, they're pretty open about it. Surprisingly. It's illegal in Minnesota. Oh, ballot harvesting is completely illegal. Okay. Yeah, but they do it anyway. It's pretty blatant as far as I know. It's ridiculous. Less than 24 hours, the first polling places on the East Coast will open their doors to Election Day voters taking part in the 24 election. The final batch of surveys suggests that somewhere around half the ballots tallied Tuesday night will be for Trump. It's rather likely it'll be a slow, agonizing process to sort out whether he or Harris will sit in the Oval Office in January. It isn't the chance of delay that's the biggest contributor to the unease that millions of Americans have felt as Election Day approaches. It's that there's any tension about the outcome at all. In other words, he's basically admitting here. Democrats are freaked out and anxious and depressed and scared right now because they recognize Donald Trump's got a 50-50 chance of becoming president. Are conservatives feeling that way? Nope. The 2024 election should not be anywhere near as close as it appears. Not with Trump's name on the ballot for the third straight election. It's disheartening, to say the least, that this should be where we find ourselves in a country once more 4 years after Trump was expelled from the White House. So in other words, the leftists, the Democrats, they're disheartened, folks. They're disheartened. Oh, can we all have a moment for all you disheartened Democrats out there?
stand on the final weekend of the campaign. Joining us.
Actually, you know what I was going to do? Any tension about the outcome at all. In other words, he's basically admitting here. Democrats are freaked out and anxious and depressed and scared right now because they recognize Donald Trump's got a 50-50 chance of becoming straight election. It's disheartening, to say the least, that this should be where we find ourselves in a country once more 4 years after Trump was expelled from the White House. So in other words, the leftists, the Democrats, they're disheartened. Oh, I have seen it. Okay, it's illegal. Rollo Tomasi, by the way, welcome, Rollo Tomasi. Good to see you, my man. Been a while. Good to see you.
Is tonight Karl Rove, former Deputy Chief of Staff of President George W. Bush, political consultant, co-founder, and chairman of Purple Strategies.
Rollo Tomasi, I bet she'll continue appearing on stuff. I bet Kamala Harris will stick around even if she loses. Remember, in the Democrat Party, you fail up. If you fail, you go higher. Like in the Democrat Party, failure is rewarded. Remember that.
Alex Castellanos and Mark Penn, former advisor and pollster for President Bill Clinton. He's CEO of Stagwell, chairman of the Harris Poll.
Yeah, Kamala Harris will say that it's incredible how well she did considering how much time she had. She'll blame it all on Joe Biden not dropping out sooner. She'll say she was treated unfairly. She said if she had run a real campaign, a full campaign, she would have won. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, exactly. Guess.
I feel like I have the brain trust here. The big names.
CPR right
CPR.
here. Castellanos, Penn, and Rove.
Okay, there we go. Where are you right now?
Coin toss. This thing is too close. Could be affected by the last-minute decisions of voters and by the quality of each side's ground game. If you look at all three of these sort of major aggregators, RCP, 538, and Silver Bulletin, today, four of the 21 numbers they gave us, 3 aggregators times 7 battleground states, 4 of them are 2 points, 7 of them are 1 to 1.9, and 10 of them are less than 1 point separating the two in these states.
Mark Penn, who do you want to be right now? Which side do you want to be this evening looking at what you're looking at?
Well, I'd rather be Trump this evening for the simple reason that there are lots and lots of polls that show it dead even. The only fact we know is that the Republicans have done a lot better in the mail-in and early voting than they ever have. And I believe that they were losing 1 to 2 points in voters who never showed on election day who supported them. And so the fact is they're better off. The jobs report was 12,000 jobs, which was pitiful. I would have taken Trump's hand, although I know my Democratic friends are in fact cheering tonight. They feel a lot better since that Iowa poll came out, and they feel good momentum on the ground.
We're talking about the Iowa poll. This is Des Moines Register, and this poll had Harris up, Alex, 3 points. And there you see Robert F. Kennedy Jr. at 3 points. An Emerson poll came out with Trump up 10, just about a half an hour before that. Polling in the last few days before an election, what's your thoughts on that?
I'm ready to say, let's kill all the pollsters instead of the lawyers, except my friend Mark Penn. I like Mark Penn. I think the pollsters are getting this wrong. We're all missing something because they're giving us the same poll over and over again. There isn't even statistical variation. 95% confidence level means that 5% of the time you're going to get a crappy poll. We hardly ever see that. It's like they're telling us we're watching a basketball game where every play is a jump ball. Somebody's missing something. What I think they're missing is a massive shift in voter registration underneath all of this. 31 states have voter registration by party. 30 of them in the past 4 years have seen movement toward Republicans. Miami-Dade County is now voting more Republican. Iowa was +1 Republican. It's now +10. And yet we're getting these surveys that I think are off base. somewhere, somebody is missing something. I think I'm not going to call it a wave, but I think there's a wavelet out there of Republican enthusiasm.
I'll call it a wave. I've been calling it a red wave for weeks. You guys know it and I know it. Red wave incoming. That's been my stream title for like 3 weeks. Base Liberty, what's up? The day before, tell me what do you think will be brutally... I mean, brutally honest with you, Base Liberty, I'm predicting a complete Trump red wave, Trump landslide. Maybe I'm wrong, you know? But that's what my gut tells me. I would not take Grove for anything. He was the cause of a GOP loss of the Senate and House. He got everything wrong. The poll was 57 people. No other poll saw her ahead in Iowa. Oh, she has no chance in Iowa. That's a joke, I think.
In registration. If I register to vote Republican, whether I'm switching or new, what am I going to do?
We just don't know where the independents are that have already voted. There's a big significant chunk of those, and if they break in a significant way towards Harris or towards Trump, it obviously determines the election.
Well, and look, Alex is right about the Republican registration gains like in Pennsylvania and North Carolina, and even Nevada. Used to be the old rule of thumb was you had to have 70 to 100,000 person gap between Republicans and Democrats for the Republicans to have a chance. It's 19,000 now. But you put your finger on it. At the same time that the Republican registration has been rising in many of these states, like North Carolina, it's been outpaced by, in that case, the unaffiliated. It's there in Nevada. It's been outpaced by what they call the nonpartisans. But it basically declined to state not a Democrat, not a Republican, an independent, and we don't know how they're voting. Look, the Iowa poll, Ann Seltzer is a great pollster
and has a great track record.
And has a great track record. However, she's suggesting that the state in this poll basically has moved 11 points away from Donald Trump. 1 out of every 5 people who supported Donald Trump 4 years ago no longer support him. I think we'd feel that.
Mark, I'm going to put up the New York Times, Sienna.
Yeah, if 1 in 5 people stop supporting Trump, not only would you be able to feel it, but you'd actually be able to find some of these folks out there and actually talk to them. Nobody's ever heard of any of these people. Nobody knows anybody that supported Trump in 16 or 20 that's not supporting him in 2024. Just the opposite.
Battleground state polls here, and they also caused waves this morning, and you saw the betting markets, all kind of moves going on and people texting me like, is this a major shift? In the bottom of that poll,
Suspense 16, what's up?
It says across these final polls, white Democrats were 16% likelier to respond than white Republicans. That's a larger disparity than our earlier polls this year, and it's not much better than our final polls in 2020. Even with the pandemic over, it raises the possibility that the polls could underestimate Mr. Trump yet again.
Mr. Pickles, what up, Mr. Pickles?
And this is at the bottom of the poll in the little fine print. And it kind of encapsulates the whole thing that we're looking at.
That's what I think, Guess. I think these are suppression polls. Absolutely suppression polls. Yep.
Here, right?
Well, I think that...
Right, Guess. Yep.
That's the big question that you really have going into this.
She has this. I disagree that she has this already. I do think that there's risk in putting out suppression polls, but I think Trump's going to win this thing. I certainly hope you're wrong on this one, Guess. I certainly hope you're wrong. I know lots of conservatives that are predicting that they steal it, that Kamala Harris is going to quote unquote win. John Jackson's predicting that. Aaron Flint didn't actually make any predictions.
There Trump enthusiasm and is there Trump shyness when it comes to polls? That non-response number by Republicans is serious, that they don't want to give their views in polls. Look, I think there's no question that there have been some registration changes, but no matter how close the polls are, the underlying change is the Republican Party is now a working class party. The Democratic Party is now a professional upper class party. And that is what we're seeing play itself out. And we don't know the result because we don't know if the professional upper class is really going to win, combined with the minority vote versus the working class vote, with a lot of senior men, particularly, downscale men who have shifted to Trump. There's a battle here. This is not a homogeneous country or a homogeneous situation by any means. That's why it's so difficult for these polls to call it.
I can, tell that I'm around smart people when they all nod together. When you say something and they're all nodding.
We worked
Alex,
that out beforehand.
Yeah, right. Alex, what about closing with celebrity? It didn't really work in 2016 for Hillary Clinton. You're going to have a number of concerts and a number of things. You obviously had Saturday Night Live last night. Thought about that and how it affects things.
People have too much information these days about who these candidates are and what they're going to do to be influenced by something like a celebrity. It does say class, though, to Mark's point. Are you with the working people or are you with the Hollywood and entertainment elite? It may not be the best thing for Kamala Harris to use celebrities.
Last thing, do you think we'll know early in the night and have a picture of where this thing shapes up, or do you think we're going to have to wait until later?
We'll know some things, some trends that are in train, but I don't think we'll know how dispositive they're going to be. We're going to know early on, for example, with North Carolina, an early reporting state, Georgia and Florida, at, say, black and Latino areas of those states. We're going to know from some of the early states how the rural white vote is doing, but we're not going to know, there is a complex pattern here, and there are so many variables that are going to have an outcome. If I had to pick one, I'd pick the one you started with.
Rove. What a jokester. What a jokester. I love all of this. I love how, what's hilarious is as you come up on election day, it all just comes to clarity just about how pointless and useless all these polls and all this discussion has been.
Is the gap among women going to be larger on behalf of Harris than the gap among men is for Trump? Because more women are going to vote. If Trump is lucky, it'll be 52. If Trump is unlucky, it'll be 53 or higher. But there gets to be a point where if the gap among women is bigger than the gap among men, it's mathematically difficult to win.
And we have this amazing thing, Fox News voter analysis, that's been in the field already. It's 100,000 that we will be able to look at those results of essentially an ongoing poll/exit poll that will be able to tell us if it's matching what the real numbers are, which is why we can make projections like we make them. Guys, thank you so much. Carl, Alex, Mark, appreciate it.
The speaker at his rally called Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage. The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters. Now, I know some of you guys are tempted to think it's macho guy. I'll tell you what, man. These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
I would probably look at the numbers. I would look at the race and say, I'm going to focus on being president over the next couple of days. And that's probably the best. That's the best thing he can do for not just the Harris campaign, but himself and his legacy, too.
Yeah, President Biden on the trail this weekend. Got a little bit of coverage. Let's bring in our panel. Fox News chief political analyst Brit Hume, the 5 co-host Jessica Tarloff, Guy Benson, political...
What the hell is Brit Hume wearing?
Editor at townhall.com, hosts the Guy Benson Show on Fox News Radio, and Washington Post columnist, American Enterprise Institute senior fellow Mark Thiessen. All those intros. Brit,
The panel's over, right?
Yeah. President Biden. No longer, I don't think, welcome on the Harris train.
Yeah, and it's he's Biden being Biden. He's always been gaffe prone. Now he's gaffe prone and senile. And the Harris people are going to be saying, "Would you please just take a rest, watch the games? There's lots to do, Mr. President. Please stay off the trail." And he's proud, and I guess he's disappointed. And
oh, I know. Oh, it's going to be, it could get bad, guess. Unless pressure to put him in jail in NYC is plan B for sure. That's the case. They claim he's disqualified for office. That's true. The only way that doesn't happen, I think, is if the victory is so strong and the win is so overwhelming that basically the Democrats realize that they're just hurting themselves by continuing to engage in the lawfare against Trump.
All right, please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty.
This is historic, though, to be able to sit here and to be able to watch Donald Trump finish up his campaign today with these multiple rallies in Pennsylvania. This is historic. We're watching a decade of Donald Trump rallies come to an end.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Marine combat veteran and mayor of Slippery Rock, J.D. Longo.
Good evening, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. One more time. Good evening, Trump country. My name is J.D. Longo. I have the honor of serving as mayor of Slippery Rock, Pennsylvania. Let me just say what an honor it is to be here again with all of you patriotic, God-fearing American men and women in support of our president, Donald J. Trump. And what an honor it is to address you here in the Steel City a day before we make the most consequential decision of our life. The most consequential election in history, ladies and gentlemen. It's a moment that will decide the fate of our nation and the foundation upon which we built the greatest nation the world has ever seen, the United States of America. Now, I've seen what our country has to offer in the most difficult of times. From my time in Afghanistan as a Marine Corps infantry rifleman, Semper Fi, to the streets of Slippery Rock, my town, where hardworking Americans are trying to achieve the American dream. And let me tell you, there's nothing like the resilience or grit of the American people. We're a nation built by warriors who understand that the words liberty and freedom aren't just words, but our most cherished God-given rights. But our way of life is being destroyed by Kamala Harris, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't believe me, ask yourselves, is this the America we want to leave to our children?
USA. Let's go.
My wife and I, we just got married. We have our first child on the way, due in February. Thank you. Thank you. And when I ask myself that question, all I can come to is absolutely not. Under Kamala Harris, our families are struggling to put food on the table. Inflation's choking the life out of us. Our businesses are failing. Our streets are like war zones. And yet, Kamala Harris tells us everything is just fine. My fellow Americans, everything is not fine.
F-no.
Nothing's fine.
What's up, F-no?
Nothing's fine about our citizens carrying the burden of her failed policies that punish those who work hard and follow the rules. There's nothing fine about a mother constantly worrying if her son will be
people. If 1 in 5 people stop supporting Trump, not only would you be able to feel it, but you'd actually be able to find some of these folks out there and actually talk to them. Nobody's ever heard of any of these. Throw up a couple of clips here on YouTube, which I have not done in quite a long time.
Co-founder and chairman of Purple Strategies.
Rollo Tomasi, I bet she'll continue. I bet she'll continue appearing on stuff. I bet Kamala Harris will stick around even if she loses. Remember, in the Democrat Party, you fail up. If you I bet she'll continue appearing.
others, the innovation of small business owners, and the courage of our military and first responders. He believes, as we believe, that America's best days are not behind us, but ahead, and his name is Donald J. Trump. Now, I know you're all voting for him, but can you say the same for your friends, your family, your neighbors? Are they voting for Donald Trump? If that answer is no in your head, then I implore you, please, fight with me. Make the phone calls. Get out to the polls. Don't go alone. Make sure your car is full when you get there. And let's make sure that this land is the land that God has given us and that we have a place where freedom will ring and every American will continue to thrive. Together, we're going to make a stand for the idea that America is not just anywhere. It is still a shining city on the hill and the last best hope on earth. And together, we'll make sure that tomorrow night, the voice of Pittsburgh and Pennsylvania and the voice of Lady Liberty are heard loud and clear when we say we are taking our country back. Thank you very much. May God bless you. May God bless the United States. And may God bless Donald J. Trump. Thank you.
Boom, let's go. Yes. The Democrats must be going insane. This was not supposed to be here. Donald Trump was supposed to be bankrupt and in prison. Donald Trump was supposed to have 0% support among the American people. The fact that Trump is about, even the Democrats admit he's got a 50. Oh, yeah, these are some good little clips, man. These are some good little clips for YouTube here. Let's go.
All those women in Pennsylvania, you hear their thoughts about the race come Tuesday, and that brings...
It's like, you idiot. You idiot. The only reason it was quote-unquote chaotic under the Trumpers is because the Democrats and the media were making up a bunch of lies and crap. Oh, my word, I can't believe she fell. All right, guys, I'm done. Let's go back to the Trump rally.
Baby.
Who's this?
Now, normally we're allies, right? But today, normally we're rivals, right? But today we're allies. We're patriots. We're Americans.
Who is this? Hydra's in the house. What's up, Hydra?
My father, Cleveland Brown, number 32, supported Donald Trump. So do I.
True F no. Good statement.
Because
just got off work. We'll be off until Thursday. Hoping we see a proper landslide tomorrow. Me too, Hydra. Me too. Dude, that's awesome, Rollo. That's awesome. Good for her.
I play women's tackle football just like my dad.
Good for her, Rollo.
He's offense, I'm defense. Can you imagine us going head to head? No.
I'll be taken out on a stretcher for concussion protocol. I'll be hurt. And that's the same thing that's going to happen to your daughters. They're going to have major injuries, mental trauma of men coming into our bathrooms and our locker rooms. Missed opportunities, scholarships taken away. And guess what? Who's going to bear the cost of that? You, as the parent. You're going to bear the cost of full tuition in this Biden-Harris economy. Who can afford that? I can't. Can you? Exactly. And that's why we need to protect Title IX, because Title IX protects us women in sports, bathrooms, and locker rooms. Now I want to talk directly to the Black community. Donald Trump talks about all his achievements and accomplishments with the Black community. And so today I'm going to break it down. First, opportunity zones. Y'all know about opportunity zones, right? Opportunity zones were set in Black communities and neighborhoods. It fosters entrepreneurship, meaning that if you start a business in an opportunity zone, you're no longer going to be paying taxes on your capital gains, which means you're not going to be paying taxes on profits. It also fosters economic development, which now you're going to be able to hire people in your community and your resident to be successful. And that's why opportunity zones are successful, and it fosters Black entrepreneurship and economic development. Trump's school choice. Our community and our education system is failing in the Black community. We have low test scores, low graduation rates. Teachers are not being paid for what they deserve. And we're underfunded. But now with Trump's school choice, you as the parent have the choice to decide which school you want your child to go to. You're no longer restricted to zones, zip codes, districts. This is fostering parent empowerment. It's up to y'all now to decide where your children are going to go. President Trump did record-breaking HBCU funding. 10 years he set for funding to HBCUs. That means that he's committed to Black higher education.
He's in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and he's doing this rally, and then he's going to go finish.
And with President Trump prison reform, he abolished 3 strikes, you're out for nonviolent criminals. While Joe Biden in 1988 and 1994 crime bill did historically mass incarceration of Black men. Trump freed them. That shows he's not a racist, how the left tries to portray him. Now Trump is going to do a mass deportation of illegals. Get out of our country! Let's go! We, as Americans, cannot deal with another 4 years of famine. We need 4 years of prosperity. So tomorrow, November 5th, we're all going to the polls to re-elect Donald J. Trump as the 47th President of the United States of America! Fight! Fight!
Her dad played for the Steelers? Oh, okay. All right.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Swanowski. I'm the president of Fraternal Order Police Lodge 91. We represent all the departments in Allegheny County, aside from Pittsburgh, which is Fort Pitt Lodge 1. Thank you. I'm here to say that our lodge is joining in with the National Lodge, which represents over 377,000 officers across the country, with supporting and endorsing Donald J. Trump for president. In the past, Donald Trump has proven himself to be a supporter and friend of law enforcement all over this great country. Unlike his opponent, Kamala Harris, who has been in favor in the past of defunding the police, reimagining the police, and non-cash bail. It's bad enough.
Reimagining.
Soft on crime DAs and
Reimagining
judges in this
the
country.
police.
In fact, a few weeks ago, tragically, we had an off-duty officer murdered in Montour Trail. The suspect charged in that crime was let go on a non-cash bail a year before after committing a robbery and simple assault. We don't need more of this or another 4 years of this. With Donald Trump back in office, we know we'll have a president that will back us and support us and make sure we have safe streets for everyone in this country and all communities. Harris's ideas with the criminal justice are failed ideology, along with her ideas with the economy. I know we've all felt the pinch here between higher food costs, fuel costs. I mean, I don't know how you're supposed to raise a family. With Trump back in office, you know he'll fix us, get us back on track with the economy, back on track with getting us safe streets. Just go Trump tomorrow. Let's all get out there and vote.
Isn't there a USA flag? Isn't there the flag or like what? Yo, Heal Me. What's up, Heal Me? You pro-Trump? Yes, of course I'm pro-Trump. Come on, Memes, good to see you, my man. Yeah, seriously, you pro-Trump? Like, in a serious way, you think Trump will win without your emotions? I do. I mean, how can I be objective, though? How can I say, like, do I objectively believe Trump will win? I think so, yes. I mean, I can't view it any other way than just like, look, I think he's going to win.
So much for that amazing welcome here in my home city of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Great, Themes. I'm so stoked.
Tomorrow.
Dude, I'm trying to stream all the way until Trump finishes his speech in Grand Rapids tonight. I'm trying to stream that, which is going to be like maybe like a 7-hour stream. I might have to take like 20-minute break or something in the middle of it somewhere, take a shower and get refreshed or something. I don't know. I've never tried to stream this long, but I'm streaming. I just think that's so cool that Donald Trump is finishing his campaign in Grand Rapids, Michigan tonight, the same place he finished his campaign in 2016 when nobody thought he would win, and he was doing like 4 or 5 rallies a day, and he finished his 2016 campaign at like midnight on Monday night in 2016 in Grand Rapids, Michigan, and for him to be going back there tonight, I think is.
Thank you. I've seen the cost of freedom in the rugged mountains of Afghanistan. My name is Sean Parnell. I served 485 days in combat, where my platoon... Thank you. Thank you.
Let me throw this one up on the tuber. And Rapid.
Not broken. My experience in Afghanistan taught me the true meaning of sacrifice,
way behind on chat,
resilience, and the duty to protect those.
Let me catch up on chat and then I'll comment.
Today, I bring that same spirit to address all of the many
Wintersons, what up, Wintersons?
Here at home.
Where do you come? I'm from Montana.
Once the envy of the world, now teeters on the brink. Under the stewardship of weak leadership, we've seen jobs vanish, we've seen prices soar, and the American dream has become an illusion for many.
This is my new name.
Folks,
Welcome.
drive an hour in any direction from the city of Pittsburgh, and you will see towns left behind by politicians. You will see jobs outsourced. You will see communities on the brink of collapse. Great cities like Pittsburgh, once thriving.
What's up,
with
A-Cash?
industry,
No,
struggle.
I haven't.
But let's
Link
be
it.
clear, ladies
Link
and
it.
gentlemen, this isn't just an economy policy failure. It is a betrayal of the American worker. We need bold, fearless leadership to restore our economic vigor, to ensure that every American has the opportunity to thrive, not just survive. And Donald Trump will bring this economy back. Kamala Harris broke it. Donald Trump will fix it. Our southern border, not just a line on a map, but a symbol of America's sovereignty. Our southern border has been completely destroyed under the dangerous policies of border czar Kamala Harris and others. We've seen an influx not only of people, but of crime, of drugs, of chaos. This is not humanitarianism. This is anarchy. 350,000 missing children at our border. 350,000. My fellow Americans, we can do so much better than that. Our laws, our communities, our very safety in this election is at stake. We in this room, in this arena, we demand a secure border, not just because we lack compassion, but because we value justice and the rule of law. Donald Trump will secure our border on day one in the Oval Office.
Yep, true.
Kamala Harris broke it. Donald Trump will fix it. Abroad, our adversaries sense weakness. They see our hesitations. They see our apologies. Not strength, but surrender. Look around the world. Israel attacked Iran, the Middle East.
Freems all the time, dude. Freems all the time. And remember, since I believe in free speech, Freems, like, I have all kinds of like leftists and like trolls and like communists and Trump haters and stuff that come into my chat all the time. Because I don't ban them. I'm like, it's amazing what happens in my chat, Freems. Like, my chat gets crazy. My chat gets wild simply because, like, I don't ban people. Like, a lot of other Twitch chats are all boring and, like, sterile because, like, everybody that disagrees gets banned, It's like, that's not fun.
My fellow Pennsylvanians, the world needs the leadership of Donald J. Trump.
No, for sure, Freems. No, yeah. No, you're not like that.
And across America,
Rotax, what up, Rotax?
Facing crazy, dangerous political figures like Kamala Harris or Governor Tim Walz, who are weak, failed.
All right, if one of my mods, Cash, like clicks that and it's a good safe video for me to watch on stream, I'll check it out.
Somehow replace him with someone who is less articulate than Joe Biden. Ronald Reagan once said, "You and I have a rendezvous with destiny. We'll preserve for our children this, the last best hope of man on earth, or we'll sentence them to take the..."
Yeah, Num. Obviously, this person is like an authoritarian, like dictatorship type autocrat person who hates democracy, obviously, because duh.
Never has America faced such a clear choice. We face a choice between revitalization and decline, between unity and division. We face a choice between strength and weakness, patriotism and despair, a choice between the ruling class and we the people. And folks,
Ruddy, yes, Ruddy, I'm going to be streaming tonight until Donald Trump finishes speaking in Grand Rapids, Michigan, which will probably be at midnight local time. I'm guessing Donald Trump likes to finish his campaigns like that. So we're doing it. We're doing it.
And
yeah, I'll be streaming tomorrow all day.
Right here in America, and that's precisely why
That's awesome, Rotax. Go vote tomorrow morning. Hell yeah, bro.
Silence does nothing. Silence in the face of evil is evil itself.
None of his first of all, like, yeah, none of his convictions are for actual high crimes or misdemeanors while he was president. The whole thing of the impeachment clause in the Constitution is you can be impeached and removed if you do those things while you're president. If you've like committed a misdemeanor, how many people you think everybody that's ever committed a misdemeanor is disqualified from being president? That's the dumbest, most preposterous thing I've ever heard of in my life. That disqualifies like 95% of Americans, you idiot.
Of my being to heal this economy, to secure our border, and to restore America's standing in the world, to never let America fall.
Heck yeah, ready.
I, along with each and every one of you, will stand with Donald Trump.
Yeah, Locogen. Kamala Harris is the one that has to pull an inside ace straight or whatever you want to call it. Kamala Harris has to pull the perfect inside straight or whatever, like the most rare pull of cards ever to win this. Donald Trump has numerous different paths to the presidency. Donald Trump can win this thing with numerous different combination of states. Kamala Harris is the one that has to thread the needle here and basically throw like a Hail Mary pass for the touchdown right at the last second here to pull this off and win this thing. Like, Donald Trump has a way easier path, has way more paths to the president. Kamala Harris has to she has to pull an inside eight straight on the blue wall for one, win every single blue wall state, which is asking a lot.
Pennsylvanians, get out tomorrow and vote like your country and your freedom depends on it. Bring 10 of your friends if you have to. Vote Donald Trump and J.D. Vance.
Exactly, Locogen. Kamala Harris has to win every single Rust Belt state to have a chance.
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Thank you to the Steel City. Thank you, Pennsylvania. May God bless you all, and God bless the United States.
If you do those things while you're president, if you've like committed a misdemeanor, how many people you think everybody that's ever committed a misdemeanor is disqualified from being president? That's the dumbest, most preposterous thing I've ever heard of in my life. Oh, great little clip. Thank you. The great thing I love about leftist trolls is they're great for clip farming.
Streets of traffic starts jumping with folks like me on the job.
Today, there is one more rally after this before the election. So 2 more rallies.
Yo, Doritos in the house. What up, Dorito?
Casting Network and Matthew Alvarez will be going back out to our hosts in the field in just a minute, as you see there.
None of these Democrats seem to be wanting to talk about the registration gains by Republicans by party registration in all the swing states. Huh. Interesting why none of these leftists in my Twitch chat are talking about that.
Precious metals as a backup, especially to the fluctuating U.S. dollar value and also the economy, obviously very shaky right now.
Or early voting turnout.
Maganomics.
Correct, Rotax, correct, yeah.
We'd still need some extra help with gold, silver, precious metals. As you see there, text Trump to 989898. Also, the wellness company, MakeCareGreatAgain.com. You can use RSBN as a promo code with MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Get 15% off. So ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, amoxicillin, a Z-Pack, and more. Available right there. You see the website on your screen, MakeCareGreatAgain.com. It's the wellness company doing great things to keep America healthy.
Right, Locogen,
also, let's
right.
go to PatriotAddictDeals.com, PatriotAddictDeals.com. This is one of the products you see there, the Trump Bullet Glass.
The Trump Bullet Glass? Oh, wow. Elon Musk just went on Joe Rogan, huh?
Welcome back to the Dirt Show. Well, tomorrow's the day, Election Day. Once every 4 years, we pick on actually being the president of the United States. I find that very, very difficult.
Trump wasn't a convicted felon. Also that, true, no. Also that. Also, he's not really a convicted felon right now because all court proceedings done in violation of the Constitution and due to be overturned on appeal or void, so.
Well, in any event, the pundits are saying this is the most important election in history because it's about democracy. Well, maybe it's about democracy, but I think the dangers to democracy are greater from the hard left today than they are from the Trump right. And I think the single greatest danger to democracy.
Yeah, literally, this election is about saving democracy. It's just about saving democracy from the authoritarian leftist scum.
Democracy is with the biggest schmuck on television. And I use the word schmuck advisedly. It's a legal term. And that's James Carville. You ever see James Carville with his, Louisa State University hat and his accent and his curse words and his ridiculousness? Well, I'm going to show you what he said the other day, if I can find it. Here it is.
Thing for the Republican Party, and it shows you that there's a big change and a big shift going on in the voting habits of Americans right now as well.
Right. What is really it's funny from day to day and from week to week is now the Harris campaign is just in free fall.
Rally the cult. We've got an election to win.
In her campaign. And one thing I want to say really quickly before we continue.
Yes.
If you guys are seeing the camera shake, it's because of the bass coming out of the system that we have here. Everything is shaking. I'm literally looking at this water bottle here, and it looks like it's Jurassic Park because the music is so loud in the bass. So don't think there's anything wrong with the camera. It's just the music is so loud. But again, there's so much upheaval and unrest in the Harris campaign. I think the Democrats know that their choice was not the strongest choice they could have made. A lot of people, including Biden himself,
Yeah, they think this. Everybody thinks this is 2020. All the Democrats think this. Hey, Earth to Democrats. This ain't 2020 anymore. This is 2024, and we've had 4 years of Democrat control and left-wing disasters. This ain't 2020. Get over it. Quit pretending. Quit living in la Copeland.
If you care about women, and it's really just the wrong message.
Right. Well, I think what's very troubling is that what you're also seeing is that on the Trump side, there may be critiques and comments about the opponent, about the policies, about the person who he's running against. On the other side, there's been criticism against the voters. The American people are being called Nazis.
True. Everybody thinks this is 2020. All the Democrats think this. Hey, Earth to Democrats. This ain't 2020 anymore. This is 2024, and we've had 4 years of Democrat control and left-wing disasters. Oh, man. I can't believe it. I haven't made clips in like 2 weeks, man. I got busy. I got sick. I got
it's time
massive
for
crowd in Pittsburgh.
I was looking before.
Sold out crowd in Pittsburgh.
Go into Election Day. Number one, Obama's former campaign manager is they're a little.
And attacks on.
Come on, we got to get these clips up on YouTube, guys. We got to get these shorts up on YouTube to start spreading on YouTube. I want these shorts on YouTube going viral tonight, showing the massive crowds, massive turnout for Donald Trump in Pittsburgh, PA.
I think the dangers to democracy are greater from the hard left today than they are from the Trump right. And I think the single greatest danger to democracy.
Yeah, literally, this election is about saving democracy. It's just about saving democracy from the authority. Oh, man, these clips. Doing my part, guys. Doing my part to try to get Trump. All right, just two more.
The United States, I find that very, very difficult.
Trump wasn't a convicted felon. Also that, true. No, also that. Also, he's not really a convicted felon right now because all court proceedings done in violation of the Constitution and due to be overturned on appeal are void. Oh, man. All right, how many is that? God, at least one of these clips has to go viral. Yeah, Locogen. Have you noticed how none of these Democrats seem to be talking Have you noticed how none of these Democrats seem to be talking about the voter registration numbers? None of these Democrats seem to be wanting to talk about the registration gains by Republicans by party registration. All right.
But selfish. He doesn't have to be doing this. He doesn't even take a salary. He's doing this because he wants to save America, number one. He's absolutely anything but selfish. And the revenge, he said success will be his revenge. He said that. So that's a big deal. I'm going to let you read that for a moment, and then I'm going to step up because we've got J.D. Longo coming in just a moment. So good.
All right, guys. Well, while Nikki gets this interview ready, if you are ready to celebrate on election night, then Republican Red is definitely for you. There's a time to get your hands on a delicious patriotic wine.
Gang Tank, what's up, Gang Tank?
To toast and watch our great nation make history tomorrow evening. Head over to RepublicanRed.com now and order a selection of their finest wines, perfect for an unforgettable evening as we stand behind President Trump on November 5th. The 4547 Pinot Noir, a tribute to our 45th and hopefully soon-to-be 47th President of the United States. The Second Amendment Cabernet Sauvignon, a bold red that stands for our rights, for our founding fathers, guaranteed in the Constitution. Drain the Swamp Chardonnay, crisp and refreshing. This white wine is for those who demand real change in Washington. Never Surrender, a collectible wine featuring a gold leaf label commemorating President Trump's triumphant fist bump following the attempt on his life, an iconic moment we will never forget. A moment etched in our hearts forever. Only 2,000 bottles were produced and only a few remain. Republican Red Winery is family-owned and dedicated to crafting wines that reflect our love for America and conservative values. Each bottle is made for true patriots, ready to celebrate our freedoms. Don't wait. Visit RepublicanRed.com now to ensure you have the perfect wines ready to pop open for your historic night. Use the code RSBN for extra savings. There are expedited shipping options also available. The election is the most important election of our lifetime, so let's make this a night to remember. Again, that's RepublicanRed.com. Let's make wine great again. Again, RepublicanRedWine.com. So right now, come on back in, might as well. We got all these interviews. We got some people coming up. Yes. Did we ever tell the folks who's going to be on this stage this afternoon?
Should we do it? Let's do it.
I think we should. Why don't you start off?
I'll start. Well, first of all, not surprising, on the last day of campaigning, we will see a majority of the Trump family. Most of his kids are here with him today. Tiffany and her husband, Michael, Eric and Laura, Don Jr., and I think that's going to be really special seeing his kids. That's kind of expected, but some unexpected as well. You want to tell him? Tell him.
Nikki, I can barely hear you.
You tell him. You tell them.
Did I tell him?
Yeah. You tell him one. I'll tell him the other.
All right. Well, I got it on good faith there.
And what his heart is like, so that people that are voting understand who they're voting for.
The honest to God truth, Nikki, is that every time I've had the honor and the pleasure of having a conversation with the president, he has been nothing but a gentleman. I feel almost like I'm talking to my dad or my grandfather. He's endearing, he's complimentary, he's soft-spoken. He gives you his undivided attention. That man will look you in the eyes, and whenever you're speaking, he actually cares about what you have to say. And that's not something that we see with a whole lot of politicians.
No doubt.
So for all the talk about his bravado, some even go so far as to say that they think he's full of himself. I will tell you, that is not the President Trump that I know. It's not the President Trump my wife has gotten to know over this cycle. And it's the President Trump. It's not the President Trump that the American opposition think he is. I mean, he is just an absolute gentleman, and we're so honored to have him in our corner.
He is the real deal, and you have cared so much about what his position in the White House will mean for Pennsylvania. And I was talking about how in Pennsylvania, families are looking at, they've been paying, $1,000 on average a month extra in addition to what they were paying before. Prices of goods and services up 32%. What will we see change with President Trump?
Well, you know what's great about this? We don't even have to speculate what we're going to see change under President Trump, because we've already seen him and his strong leadership and what it can bring for us over the 4 years of his tenure as President of the United States. We know jobs are going to be coming back. We know that our standing on the world stage is going to be strong. And more than that, we're going to have a president that puts us and this country first on his list.
Amen. And And by the way, you and I talked earlier, and I was saying to the voters, this is an election where we can't just vote on single policies, no identity politics. We have to think about the faith, the future, the next generation. You're having a baby. We have to think about tomorrow. And as we think about the consequences of this election, it's so important that we recognize that we have to vote based on what tomorrow will be for us. And so you had a message earlier you were telling me. I thought you could share that maybe, just about the importance of putting God in control.
Yes. I've prayed a lot during this cycle. And I've always been a man of faith, but something in particular about being there on July 13th with you, witnessing what the rest of the world saw through a TV, but you and I, of course, saw it with our own eyes. Something just really gave me a swift kick in the rear, and I said, I need to strengthen my prayer life. But what I was saying to you earlier, Nikki, was that now I know more than ever, that God is in control. And the sooner we realize that, the sooner our anxieties will melt away. Everything is going to serve His glory. So I'll tell everybody out there, if you're anxious about this, first go out and vote. But pray, 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 and know that God has had a plan for us, and He's going to make sure that we get the best of what He has to offer us.
Yes. On that note, thank you for everything you've done. This is not the end. We're going to go to the White House.
Yes, ma'am, we are.
Yes.
I love you.
God bless you. I love you so much. You're the best. And I'm trying not to cry.
No, it's going to be okay.
This is special. You're the best. It's emotional. It's really an emotional, is he the best? It's really special. This time is special. And we're about to see a day that will be, I would say, one of the most historical days in American history tomorrow. No matter what happens, we will make history tomorrow.
Oh, absolutely, without a doubt. And my attention was thrown over here because there's, again, the first responders at all of these events are sometimes really put through their paces. And there's a gentleman here, again, these places, there's so many people, there's so many things going on. Some of the elderly folks that have been standing in line all day because they're so enthusiastic and so supportive of President Trump. They come to these events, it gets a little bit later in the day, and unfortunately, some people just can't make the entire event. But what I can tell you is while you were doing that event, I was watching this whole thing unfold back here, and the amount of people that came to that gentleman's rescue, he's heading out on the stretcher there, but the amount of people that come to help and have come and got first responders and brought everyone over, really, when you look at something like that, as opposed to, in very, very stark contrast, the Kamala rally of just about a week or so ago, when you had 11 doctors on stage that didn't do anything. We're going to step aside.
Freaking A, just, of course, I get a freaking work call. Right when I'm trying to witness history in the making. History in the making.
This is a Trump rally. Ready to have fun? I'm Congressman John Joyce. I proudly represent Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District, Johnstown, Altoona, Chambersburg, Gettysburg, and we are going to join with Pittsburgh to welcome Donald Trump.
Is that all these leftists still have is personal attacks against Donald Trump? What do you leftists not understand? That we don't care about your false, defamatory personal attacks against Trump. What we care about is a secure border and a good economy and having our families be safe from your illegal migrant crime, you jerks. Quit talking about personal, false, defamatory attacks on Trump.
It's great to be here. Usually I'm here with my son Dan watching a hockey game, but it's great as I look out and I see many patients.
Also that too, Locogen, yes.
Farmers. I see factory workers. I see nurses. I see doctors. I see the great people of southwestern Pennsylvania. But you know what I don't see? I don't see any garbage. I see patriots. I see proud patriots. Patriots who support Donald J. Trump. I want to acknowledge the law enforcement who are here to protect each and every one of us. Would you please stand and allow us to thank you for your support? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to acknowledge
the United States veterans who have served to keep this great country safe. Please, veterans, stand. Let us acknowledge you. Thank you. Thank you. This past weekend, we turned back the clocks 1 hour, and tomorrow we have the opportunity to turn back the clock 4 years. Turn back the clock to a country that is safe and secure. Turn back the clock to a president who wants to defend our southern border, who understands the opening of the southern border and how that has allowed crime to pour into our country, how that has allowed fentanyl to cross our southern border at free will through the cartels, to poison our children, our neighbors, our family. It is time to re-elect Donald J. Trump to make this sovereign country once again secure. In Pittsburgh and around Pittsburgh, we stand on mass supplies of energy. Recently, I talked to Toby Rice from EQ.
Hey, is everybody keeping it TOS in the chat?
Shell industry and support how important it is to unleash that energy that is under the feet of Pennsylvanians, to unleash that energy and return us to energy dominance, to supply our friends and neighbors with that energy, not just here in the United States, but throughout the world. Let's just look at what Kamala Harris has not accomplished. She has been incredibly unsuccessful as the borders are. She says she doesn't think of one thing that she can change of what has occurred under the Biden administration. Well, what we can change is we can change her presence in the White House, and we can elect Donald.
Get owned, Putin lover. De-destroyed.
America, we're at a turning point.
Whoa!
That turning point is here each and every one.
Whoa, Fatormaphitis with the tier 1 sub for 59 months, for 61 months. My sub started kindergarten this year. Wow. Oh, 61 months. You're right. Wow. Thank you, Fatormaphitis. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that so much. Keeping it going, keeping it going, keeping it going. That all these leftists still have is personal attacks against Donald Trump. What do you leftists not understand? That we don't care about your false, defamatory personal attacks against Trump. What we care about is a secure border and a good little clip there. Good little clip there.
Welcome, Donald. Important position.
This congressman is not really doing a great job, I don't think.
To Washington to be our senator. Dave McCormick, the captain of West Point's wrestling team. Dave McCormick, a successful businessman. Dave McCormick, a proud American. Dave McCormick, who will work. Donald J. Trump's going to be our quarterback, but we need Dave McCormick to be that flanker. We need that protection in the U.S. Senate. We have not had that with Bob Casey. We do not have that with Fetterman, but we will have that with Dave. And Dave McCormick will be our successful U.S. Senator. We look forward to doing that. So as I said, we are at a critical junction right now. And each and every one of us here understand how important that is. So if you have voted, take that opportunity and go to one of your neighbors, go to one of your friends, allow them, take them to the polling place, watch their kids, allow them to vote, change the course of history. We are going to do that, and Pittsburgh is going to be the proud component of that. I thank each and every one of you for being here today. Again, roll up your sleeves and work. God bless each and every one of you, and may God continue to bless these great United States of America.
And G.T. Thompson.
Win. Hello, Pennsylvania. Are we going to win this election? Oh, you bet. With that kind of energy, we're going to crush this election. Good evening, everybody. I'm Congressman G.T. Thompson. I have the privilege of serving as the Dean of the Pennsylvania Congressional Delegation. I got one question for you. It's probably the most important question of the night. Are you ready to elect Donald J. Trump, the 47th President of the United States?
Woo! We are.
Well, let's do a little stroll down memory lane. You remember when gas
Yeah, no kidding, Numb. I'll cry when that happens too.
You remember when you could afford to buy every item on your grocery list? When determining boys from girls was solely based on biology.
Patriot Addict deals. Do you guys want your Trump bullet glass?
When Iran, Russia, and Hamas were not threatening the world with war.
What was the thing? The knife? The Trump combat knife?
When we respected and supported all of our men and women of law enforcement.
All right, Congressman. I got a link. We got to leave you there for a second. Talk to yourself. From Tax Foundation. By the way, Tax Foundation, a very legitimate source. Very, very good organization. Kamala Harris tax plan ideas, details, and analysis. 20-minute read. Top line preliminary estimates. 10-year revenue plus 1.7 trillion. Long run GDP minus 2%. Whoa. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. Freshly baked cookies for the campaign. Okay. Thank you. Freshly baked cookies to keep me going here for the campaign. Oatmeal, by the way, oatmeal chocolate chip. Hey, Jay Brown. What's up, Jay Brown? They only adjusted down from 100K jobs to 17K jobs. That's really close. What's the big deal? Wow. MMA. What's up, MMA fighter? Why you not play Reforger, WUS, and WCS? I'll play on I've played on WCS servers before. I like WCS servers. I'll play WCS servers. Don't tax the rich. Give them incentive to invest and create jobs. Amen. Hey, yo, that's why you find yourself a good woman. Fresh baked cookies are always the bomb. Oh, you cannot go wrong with freshly baked cookies. No. Long run wages. So Kamala Harris's tax plan will cause a decrease in GDP growth, a decrease in wages, a decrease in jobs for a disaster, all just to give the government more of our money. What a scam. What a terrible plan that is. Kamala Harris's tax plan is a disaster.
But to be able to have the privilege of standing in the Oval Office with President Trump as he signed into legislation my bill modernizing career and technical education, restoring rungs and a ladder of opportunity. You know, as the first Pennsylvania member of Congress in 170 years to chair the U.S. House Agriculture Committee, I also want to take an opportunity to do a shout out and to thank all of our farmers. A big hand for those who provide us.
No. Long run wages. So Kamala Harris's tax plan will cause a decrease in GDP growth, a decrease in wages, a decrease in jobs for a disaster, all just to give the government more
On each and every day. But our farmers under Harris are struggling with a farm crisis that is creating
baked cookies,
food insecurity for you and national insecurity for our nation. I have to tell you, having worked closely with the man, President Trump has always had the farmers back.
No raisin. Gang tank, I like. Dude, you don't like oatmeal raisin cookies? Dude, what the hell is wrong with you if you don't like oatmeal raisin cookies? Holy crap. I mean, these are oatmeal chocolate chip, which I think is better, but oatmeal raisin's pretty dang good too. Whoop. Isn't that absolutely hysterical? Isn't that absolutely hysterical, Jay Brown, the way the Democrats Oh, Megyn Kelly is going to be speaking in Pittsburgh. The way the Democrats actually pretend to care about the idea of putting your political opponents in jail when that's what Democrats put their political opponents in jail for a living?
For your efforts on voter registration. Just amazing. You know, since President Trump was elected in 2016,
the United States is running concentration camps on our southern.
Holy cow! Fatorma Fighters with 200 boots.
What they are.
Thank you, man.
Concentration camps.
If we could seize and liquidate all the wealth of Bezos and Musk, we could give every person in the world about $65 each. Yeah. And the other thing is you could seize and liquidate the entire wealth of Bezos and Musk, and you could fund our federal government for a total of like 3 minutes. I mean, it's outlandish. But yeah, thank you, Fatorma Fighters. You the man. Appreciate the support.
Representative Rob McCurry, who's running for Congress in PA 17.
Dude, TLS. It's been crazy, TLS. I've had some crazy stuff happening in my life the past year, but we're here the day before the election. I'm going to stream all the way until Trump finishes his campaign in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Really excited.
Gentlemen, please welcome to the stage former United States Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo.
Good evening, Pennsylvania. It is
This guy's got Ozempic face and Ozempic body like you wouldn't believe.
bless you for supporting Donald J. Trump as he becomes the 47th president of the United States of America.
Hype train!
Concentration camps on our southern border.
Boom!
You know, these last 3.5 years have been hard for me to watch.
Yo! Numb with the 100 bits! Thank you, Numb. TLS is in the house, too. I'm here. TLS Makers Dave with the 100. Numb with the 100 bits. Rally the cult. Let's go. Cult Trump train. Cult train. Here we go. Here we go. We've got a cult. We've got a cult hype train. The hype cult. The hype cult's happening. Let's go. You should stream the election straight till the winner's decided. Should be decided for next year, right? I'm going to stream tonight until the campaigns are finished, TLS. I'm not going to stream until we have a winner, though.
It was a privilege because we had peace. You had prosperity. They didn't fly Chinese spy balloons over the United States of America. Indeed, had they done so, I would have been the former Secretary of State.
Concentration
camps.
Makers Dave, garbage man in the house.
That is exactly what they are. They are concentration camps.
Leaders who our adversaries fear.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Makers Dave, you man. I think they're having just bad audio. Maybe, is it just bad audio?
Family saved.
Yeah,
it made
it is.
America first again. I was proud to be a part of President Trump's team. I talked to him every day for 4 years, first as CIA director and then as Secretary of State. And what I was so proud of is that we understood the greatness.
Incredibly rare, Rotax. This is history, guys. We're witnessing history. Tonight is history. Tonight is history in the making as Donald Trump finishes up his third and final presidential campaign. This is history we're going to watch tonight.
And when I think of Dave McCormick, who will be the next senator from Pennsylvania, when I think of Dave McCormick,
another 100 bits from Makers Dave, carrying the hype train. McDonald's fry guy in the house. Let's go.
about people just like Dave. They were thinking about people who selflessly served in our military. They were thinking about people who had run businesses and taken risks and grown our economy and created thousands of jobs all across our nation. They were thinking about people with real character and who knew who they were and who, unlike Bob Casey, would actually do something that mattered to you and to your family. Dave will do that, I promise you. Dave is a warrior. He has been a warrior. And as Pennsylvania's next senator, he will be a warrior for you and on behalf of President Trump. And America will be great again. May I welcome to the stage your next senator and my dear friend, Dave McCormick.
Dave McCormick's in the house. Yo, Fatormophitis with 200 bits. That gets us up to 50% on a level 1. Level 1, but only 50% of the way there, guys. 1 minute left. Thank you guys all so much. Doesn't even look like we're going to pass level 1. But just kidding. That's great. Fatormophitis, Makers, Dave, Numb. Carrying it. Oh, we've only had 3 people. That's why. It's just the 3 of you. It's just Fatormophitis, Makers, David, Numb carrying the hype.
So proud of.
Thank you, Mike.
Is that we understood the greatness.
Incredibly rare,
And
Rotax.
I'm so
This is
glad
his.
to see you here in my hometown of Pittsburgh. You know, Mike and I went to West Point. You know, we had a lot in common. He was first in his class, and I was 501st.
With 20 seconds left, Makers Daves gives a tier 1 sub to Rotax. Rotax, welcome to 30 days with no advertisements, no ads at all. Thank you, Makers Dave. Holy cow. 10 seconds left.
Who is ready to retire Bob Casey and send Chuck Schumer packing?
Whoa! No way, TLS, did you just save it? TLS is paying forward the gift they got from guest to Gang Tank. Yo, Gang Tank, welcome to the sub club. No ads for a month. No ads. Level 1 hype train complete. Resets the clock. There it is, guys. 5 minutes left. 5 minutes left. Let's go.
Think about it. Can you think of a time where the consequences of getting it wrong
True, Numb.
were so terrible? Can you think of a time where America was teetering on the edge of the cliff, and if we put the wrong leaders in place, we're going to go over the cliff, and we're going to wake up one morning and we're not going to recognize the America we love, the America we want for our children? This is the most important election of our lifetime. That's why you're here. That's why I'm here. And you know, the choice in front of us could not be more clear.
I just about spelled it.
Couldn't be more clear. The choice at the top of the ticket is between strength. The guy you saw in Butler saying,
Did you see Harris is caught running ads in California saying she wants carbon taxes, more Green New Deals, while ads in PA saying she's... yes, Guess, and she's also doing the same with, like, Israel and Palestine. She's running ads in Michigan and Pennsylvania taking different positions on Israel-Palestine. Yeah, Kamala's doing that a lot. That's horrible.
now we need a change.
That looks delicious. It is Makers Dave. It's I mean it's rice, really 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 wonderful spices. My wife, it's like Ayurveda is what it is. It's actually Ayurveda food it's Indian food, but it's really really heavily spiced, like rices and then vegetables, and it's got cauliflower, carrots, rice, avocado. It's good.
Criminals, murderers, rapists, people on the terrorist watch list, people carrying fentanyl. That's common sense. It's common sense that if you have the 4th largest natural gas reserves in the world right here under our feet in Pennsylvania, you got to drill it, you got to frack it, you got to put it in pipelines, and you got to share it with the world. And it's common sense that if you want peace, if you don't want the bullies on the playground pushing us around, you got to be strong. And the only way to have peace is strength. That's common sense. And in Kamala Harris, you have the weak, liberal, extreme agenda. Don't believe me, in her own words. In her own words, she wants to ban fracking and transition energy workers. In her own words, she wants to give citizenships to illegal immigrants and make sure they get federal benefits. In her own words, she wants to defund the police. And in her own words, and this is the one that really ticks off my friends from Bloomsburg, where I grew up, she wants to reduce your red meat consumption. Come on.
That's not going to fly in Pennsylvania, right? But listen, President Trump can't do it alone. We need a majority in the Senate. We need a strong leader in the Senate on behalf of Pennsylvania that's going to fight for you and put these common sense policies in place. And here you have another choice. It's a choice between change and the status quo. It's a choice between a seventh-generation Pennsylvanian, was born in Washington County, someone who played football and wrestled, in the summers, baled hay, trimmed Christmas trees, busboy, paperboy, went to West Point where I wrestled, Ranger School, 82nd Airborne Division, combat tour in Iraq, 0.6% of the time with the liberal extreme Biden-Harris agenda. I said, hell no, I'm not running for the Casey seat. He's not entitled to this seat because his dad was the governor. He's not entitled because he's been there 18 years. He has to fight every day to represent Pennsylvania. He has to fight every election to have the honor to represent Pennsylvania. This isn't Casey's seat. This is the people's seat.
Well said. Well said.
And the people of our great Commonwealth deserve better than Bob Casey. And so that's why this election is so important. That's why what we do in the next 24 hours is so important. Right? I wrestled in college. I wasn't the best wrestler, but I always knew if I could get into the third period within a point or two, I'd win. Because the third period in wrestling, and we're in the third period right now, a couple seconds ago, the third period's not about wrestling. It's about mental toughness. It's about heart. It's about fighting for the last second until the buzzer goes. We need to do that. We need you in the next 24 hours, not just to vote. We need more than voting. We need you to tell 10 friends and 10 friends and 10 more friends. We need you to put up signs. We need you to say lots of prayers. We need you to do everything we can to take back our country. And if we do that, and if you do that, on November 6th, you're going to wake up and you're going to look back on the day before and you're going to say, on that day, that is the day that we put new leadership in place, that we changed the direction of our country, that we protected America for our children. Thank you. God bless you. Let's go make Pennsylvania great again. Thank you.
Holy cow, Prolaw's in the house. What's up, Prolaw? Good to see you, my man. Hope you've been doing well. Welcome back. Good to be here. Good to have you here. Whoa, gas. Get to the tier 1 sub to Makers Dave. Boom. Makers Dave, welcome back to the sub club. Enjoy 30 days without any ads. Enjoy. Prolaw, how you been, man? What's new? Doing well. Hope you and everyone else in the chat as well. Thank you. Yeah, we're all good. It's been a wild year for me. I'm just happy to be here Monday night. What, Prolaw? So I think we're witnessing history tonight. We're going to be witnessing history tonight. Number one is Donald Trump is going to be finishing his campaign this year in Grand Rapids, Michigan, just like he has in 2016 and 2020. Very, very historic, doing 4 rallies on the day before the election, finishing up his campaign. And then also just the repeat of the third and final campaign, but also this is the end. You know, this is the end of the Trump campaign. Well, tomorrow we vote. So we're going to be witnessing history tonight. This makes no sense to me. Okay, so I just put this short up like 20 minutes ago. It already has 27 likes. For some reason, I can tell like my likes are already coming in. For some reason, I can already tell it has 27 likes. But I click into the analytics on this video and it's telling me I have 0 views, even on my real-time updated live. Weird. It's almost like YouTube's analytics are not working right now or something. Very weird. Very, very weird. Man, that's crazy how like shorts literally only get views when you first post them and then they never get views again. It's just bizarre. Seems odd to me that you would have your system set up that way, but here we are. I'm nervous about tomorrow, but hopeful Trump can win. I think it's going to be 51-49 Republicans in the Senate, 219-16 for Democrats in the House. Oh, wow. You've got it dialed in then. I think I'm a little bit more optimistic than you, Pro-Law. I know where you're getting the 51-49. I assume that you're counting Montana's flipping, right? Montana, West Virginia flip. That puts it to 51. But you're saying, in that case, you're saying that the Democrat senators in all the swing states are going to win their elections, which I don't necessarily agree with. I think Dave McCormick can win Pennsylvania. I think we've got a shot in Nevada and Michigan and Wisconsin. Is there a North Carolina? No, is that it? I think that might be it. I don't know. That might be it. All of them. I also think the Republicans can take the House, but that's not based on any actual data or analysis other than just me being optimistic. If Trump loses, states should secede. Localist party. Already tried that one in American history. Didn't work out. Whoa, you're on. Altair. What's up, Altair? Of course I'm on. Of course I'm on. Altair, I stream every day. I stream hours and hours and hours just chatting every day. I don't know if you know Jake Sullivan. Of course I know who Jake Sullivan is. I can't stand Jake Sullivan. He's one of the most long-standing scumbag dirt rats in the Biden administration. How could you not know who Jake Sullivan is? That's the scumbag dirtball that was nothing more than just a run-of-the-mill lawyer and ended up national security advisor with zero foreign policy experience. Yeah, I know who Jake Sullivan is. I didn't know his wife is running for Congress, though. No, that sucks. With no delusion, the feelings of- You've been MIA here in the home stretch. I took like a couple of weeks off. I took, October 24th. Yeah, I took like a week and a half off. I had no choice. In some ways, but no, I've been out of it, but we're here. We're here when it counts, Altair. We're here on Monday night. We're here to watch the campaign finish up in historic fashion. We're here when it counts. We're going to be here tomorrow night when it counts. We're here all day. We're going to watch the history unfold before our very eyes this evening. So, pretty stoked about it. Rally, it's like they're having speaker after speaker. And then other times it's like there's like 20 minutes of music. It's like, what? Not only a chance, she's already got it. It's like 65-35. The primary was the key election there. Oh, so it's some hard left district. That sucks. There's rumblings on the left about New Hampshire being closer than polling suggests dangerous. Oh, dude, Locogen. Yeah, no. I think Trump could pull a New Hampshire victory. I think Trump could pull a Virginia victory for sure. I'm not leaving out the possibility of any of those things. Did you guys watch the Trump rallies yesterday? The first one of the day seemed so negative, kind of worried me. No, I didn't see it yesterday. The Republicans knew they had no shot there. I think picked this Chinese immigrant woman who seems like she should work at a nail salon just to yell at Sullivan's wife for an hour in the debate.
You should not even run for Congress because you're part of that regime.
My opponent is focused on me. I am focused on the voters and on actual solutions.
Republican Lily Tong Williams and Democrat Maggie Goodlander now in the final days of the race for New Hampshire's 2nd congressional district. One of the top issues in the debate stage, abortion.
My view is that women can be trusted and must be trusted to make their own healthcare decisions.
I think it's a state issue. I respect our state decision through the largest representative government in our country.
Both candidates facing questions about their ties to the 2nd District. After leaving communist China, Tong Williams ran for office multiple times in Colorado. Goodlander owns a home outside of the district in Portsmouth and has spent much of her professional career working in Washington, D.C. She now rents a home in Nashua.
So I live in the 2nd District. The 2nd District made me who I am today.
Couldn't save that apartment for other people to rent in Nashua. Just go back to your $2 million home in Portsmouth.
No, I don't, localist.
Tong Williams and Goodlander at odds over economic and domestic policy, including how the U.S. should address illegal border crossings. The candidates also clashing over.
I would guess, Altair, first of all, here's the thing, Altair. I would interpret that differently than you, Altair. I would not interpret that as Trump being negative or them having bad internals or something like that. I would interpret that as Trump finally letting loose. Trump always wants to spend a long time talking about. He was also cursing a lot. Trump. I think that's a sign of Trump letting loose because he knows he's run the most disciplined campaign in his life. He's kept his mouth shut the most he's ever done in his life, and he's run this great campaign. And now here in the closing days, you're seeing incredible numbers for Republicans and for Trump, whether it's party registration data compared to 4 years ago, whether it's early vote data compared to 4 years ago, whether it's the polling data compared to 4 years ago compared to now versus actual results, whether it's the betting markets, whether it's the right track, wrong track polling, whether it's actual just polling, whether it's polling on who handles the issues the best, whether it's polling on what's the most important issue. All of those things factor in, all point to the same exact thing, which is a Trump landslide. And so Trump knows that. Trump has internals. Trump knows he's going to win some of these swing states by 7 points or whatever. So he's doing these rallies. He's letting loose. He's saying what he really wants to say. He doesn't think much. He probably doesn't think that he can lose at this point. But he's never talked about election cheating this entire campaign. And so if he's suddenly talking about it again, that's because it's now the day before the election and it's all baked in. But he's not been talking about that because he knows not talking about that was the smart political move for him to win. So if he's now talking about it again, that would tell me that he achieved his goal and he's finally letting loose a little bit. It could be the other way around. There could be a different interpretation of it. Corso, what's up, Corso?
Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. 'Cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end. 'Cause the rich men know the rich.
You know it, Corso. You know it.
Politicians look out for minors, and not just minors on an island somewhere. Lord, we got folks in the street, ain't got nothing to eat. Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
But if you want to sort of see like a vision of the future, it's like basically the top 20 and or even the top 100 is like totally dominated by China. It's
really?
Yeah, there's like China and a little bit of Korea and Taiwan.
So are you in the top 20 in the world or
Yeah.
top 20? Wow, in Diablo.
Yeah.
Do you want to tell everybody your handle? No, don't tell them. Don't tell them. It's not worth it.
Well, they actually listed me with my actual name in the list.
Oh, did they really?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, there's only 2 Americans in the top 20. The rest, almost everyone is from Asia. Otherwise,
Wait, so Elon Musk is like a Diablo esports player now? Is that what he is saying? Elon Musk is now a competitive esports player in Diablo?
We were talking about something that I think is a really good, because people always think
that's awesome. No, I'm good. All good dudes are gamers back in the day and still gamers.
video games are frivolous. But what you were saying, I think that's really important, is it's so difficult that it requires you to only think about that, and it can like relieve stress. 'Cause it can take out the rest of the world because it's so hard.
Yeah.
You can only think about that.
Yeah, I mean, if I play a video game on extreme difficulty, then I have to concentrate fully on the game, and it has a calming effect.
Yeah.
It sort of chills down, and I mean, you mentioned, I think, and many people like if you play martial arts or you play pool, like something that forces you. It's like I think anything that forces you to concentrate fully actually has a calming effect. I find it just sort of like. Kind of a restoring effect.
Yeah,
it's like it's good.
Jiu-jitsu's like that.
Yeah.
Archery's like that as well.
Yeah.
Like when you're shooting a bow, you have to. There's so many moving things, and you have to think only of it, and it cleans the mind.
It cleans the mind. Yeah, exactly.
I was reading this study about surgeons, where they found that surgeons who regularly play video games make less errors.
Well, I mean, video games require manual dexterity, so it makes sense.
Completely makes sense.
Actually, if somebody was like epic at video games, I'd say like their surgical skills can be very good because in order to be good at video games, any kind of fast reaction video games.
Look at this: 32% fewer errors, 24% faster, and scored 26% better overall than their non-player colleagues.
I love that. I love that study, by the way. Cite it all the time myself. I wonder is Trump like the next speaker or something?
I believe that for sure.
Incredible.
Well,
like that, you should be required in medical school to play video games. Don't you think?
If somebody's like a top-ranked video game player and they say they're a surgeon, I'd be like plus one, plus two type of thing.
Oh, top rank for sure. Well, but this isn't even top rank. This is just people who play.
Well, your manual dexterity has to be extremely high.
Yes.
So you're looking at things on a screen. You're reacting, and sometimes you got like 10 milliseconds to react.
Yes.
And so if somebody's got incredible reaction times and manual dexterity, they're obviously going to be a good surgeon.
Imagine if there was a course that you could take. That course would promote. You would be 26% better.
Yeah.
Everyone would have to take that course.
Sure.
Why would you want a surgeon that's less prepared? You would say, hey, Bob, did you take this course? You didn't take this course. Don't you understand this course makes you 26% better?
Sure.
You would have to take it. Everyone should have to play video games if you want to be a surgeon.
Well, I think it certainly would be a very good test to see if somebody can't play video games well. Like that means, because you got to move both hands simultaneously.
Right.
You got to react to something very fast, then on the screen. So, and if your keystrokes or your mouse clicks or whatever are wrong, then you lose the game.
Right.
So, if somebody's has a good rank in video games, I would say that their manual dexterity must be extremely good.
Well, it's so
their fine
hard.
motor skills have to be excellent.
If you think about like StarCraft or any game like Quake, any game where a lot of people are playing, to rise to the top, you have to be exceptional. Period. As a human being, there has to be something exceptional about you.
Yeah, actually, if I mention Quake, way back in the day, I was one of the world's best Quake players.
I know we talked about this.
Yeah.
I loved Quake.
Yeah. I mean, my final semester in college, I probably put more time into Quake than all my college classes.
When I was on news radio, all of the writers were super nerds. They were very, very fun guys, and they had a LAN set up at the studio where they all played Quake. I had never played video games, and I would go in with the writers and just kind of hang out with them. We'd get silly, and then we would all start playing video games and playing Quake against each other. And I got addicted, like hardcore. I got a T1 line installed in my house. I went hardcore.
Yeah, exactly. Checking how many milliseconds of latency.
Oh
you have
yeah,
and,
I was fully addicted. I was making my own computers. I was going to Fry's Hardware and buying motherboards and putting everything together. And it was too much of a time suck, though.
Yep.
I'm an obsessive person. I can't get involved. Like I can't play golf.
No, golf is too slow for me. I mean, I know a lot of people find golf good, and I mean, I guess if you think of it like I guess if you're saying you're going to walk outdoors with friends and occasionally hit a ball, then and you're just as an outdoor walk, then that's cool. And it does require concentration when you're hitting the ball, but it's too slow for me.
Nothing compares to video games in terms of like the amount of feedback you get, like the sensory overload you get when you're looking at a large, high resolution screen. You have a fast computer. You have headphones on. That you're hearing sounds from here and sounds behind you, and rockets are flying by you. And there's nothing like that.
Yeah.
But I think golf still is like Jamie will tell you. Jamie's an addict. He's a golf nut. It's super addictive, and it takes 8 hours a day.
It's yes. Once you get into golf, I guess any sport it gets super addictive. But for me, the intensity of video games is hard to beat.
Yes, people dismiss it because they think it's just a waste of time. But we're showing like real world benefits. So people play.
Are they putting up the? They're putting up the. They're still talking about video games. Did I miss anything? I was just talking to my wife. Did I just miss anything on the video game front, guys? Can you guys summarize the last 4 minutes of the podcast, the Rogan podcast for me, please? What did I miss? I was talking to my wife. What did I miss? If they were talking video games, I want to know what they're talking about.
See the stars, I hear the rolling thunder, thy power through.
Dude, why do they have that kind of music playing at the Trump rally? She's very anti-commie. Oh, hell yeah. Elon. Oh, I didn't even finish D4. Me neither. Make no mistake, this election is a referendum on Biden. I agree. Oh, Quake, not Unreal. Hard to find old heads that didn't play Quake, though. Oh, yeah. Doom is better than Quake. They're both great. They both played video games when they were younger. They're talking about how golf is boring. What time do you think you'll be starting tomorrow? That's a good question, Hydra. I'm tempted to just not even go into work at all, but I'm also tempted to go into work for like a couple hours and at least do a couple hours worth of work and then come home and not start until the afternoon. I think I might do that. I probably will start around like midday, like noonish maybe, I want to say. What better time to invoke the ears of our Lord than the night before the election that may be our last? Amen, brother. Amen, Hydra. Absolutely. I'm taking the day off. Yeah, good for you. I'm only doing a half day. Are you, Prola? I probably should go in. And work at least a half day just because otherwise I'm going to be too anxious waiting for the results. It's like I need to burn up some of that day because otherwise it's going to be too intense. Dude, where's Trump at? Where's Trump at? We're waiting for Trump in Pittsburgh.
Video games.
Yeah.
If you want to be a drone operator, it's the only game in town.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
You have to get really good at video games.
Yeah, for sure. So, in fact, I can actually tell what my mental acuity is if I play a very hard video game. So if I'm trying to sort of get like an extremely good clear time in Diablo or something like that, or a first-person shooter, whatever the case may be. Like if I can tell that I'm tired, or my brain's not working as well as it should. It's like a mental calibration.
That's so true. Like I can tell. Like when I'm playing Counter-Strike, honestly, it's weird. Like when I'm playing Counter-Strike, I can tell more about how tired I am than I'm doing anything else. That's a really interesting point by Elon.
You can tell immediately, like how good is your mental state?
Right, right.
So it's like if you're trying to play really well, if you play late at night and you're tired, you just play badly.
Right.
And you can say, okay, you may
mind. They think they're operating on the same level all the time. Like sometimes I come in here and I can't form a fucking sentence, and I don't know what it is. It's like, what is going on? So it's just like
sleep's not. Maybe it's like sleep wasn't that good or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Or I'm too busy, and it's not. The words aren't coming out. Like I know how to talk. I talk professionally, and I can't fucking talk. It's like.
I mean, sleep is massive. I mean,
huge.
So if I can tell immediately, did I get a good night's sleep or not? If I just play like a video game for like 5 minutes. I'm like, okay, my sleep wasn't that good because it's my and then sometimes your brain will recover through the day, and it's like, okay, like an hour or two after.
Let's see, my boss schedule. Let's see, when I was a kid, I thought it was illegal for adults to have work on election day. Really, Corso? Why did you think that? It might be in your state. It might be a state holiday in Montana. It is. Oh, she's here.
Ready to see Donald Trump be back in the White House after tomorrow night?
Oh, yeah. No, yeah. Prola, link it. I want to see that for sure, Prola. I want to see that for sure.
On this stage with America's favorite president,
Yeah, exactly, Rotax. Exactly, Rotax. That's always been the case, Rotax. That's always been the case. Most states have the polls open until 8 or 9 p.m. at night. So even if you work 9 to 5, you can get done at work at 5 o'clock. Go vote. It's not that hard, you know? What the heck?
We weren't always like this. We had a beautiful life. The best parties. The most beautiful friends. We thought it was just another election. So a lot of us didn't vote. Why bother? Everyone knew the system was rigged. Many of us even voted for them. I know it sounds crazy now, but we didn't like Democrats back then. We were angry about the vaccine mandates and how they handled the war in Gaza and the way they wanted to censor free speech on the internet.
They want unquestioned obedience.
So what did we end up doing? We voted for the guys who openly said they wanted to imprison dissenters and use the military against their political opponents.
Just complete lunacy, just complete projection. There's no evidence for any of this stuff. In fact, all the evidence suggests the exact opposite, that it's the Democrats that go after their political opponents and would use...
Yeah, you were wrong on that. Big time. When Trump got sick and died, Vance was 39 years old when he became president. 30 years later, he's still president today. And with the Supreme Court on his side, they gave him dictatorial powers. They took away women's reproductive rights, outlawed contraception, and removed the minimum wage. Then we had repression of dissent, AI surveillance of everything we did or said on a level we couldn't imagine. The government under Vance, Peter Thiel, and Elon Musk set up concentration camps for illegal immigrants, then legal immigrants, then even homeless people. They finally admitted climate change was real, but it was too late. Florida sank into the Gulf and the West burned, and cities across the country became uninsurable, then uninhabitable. Musk and Thiel poured all of our resources into artificial intelligence so they and their friends could become immortal. I don't know what happened to them, but I know what happened to us.
Dude, that is hilarious. That is absolutely hysterical, man. Holy cow, these people are off their rockers. Governor Walz is speaking live.
And you saw on the National Mall what a president looks like and sounds like. When she said she wants to be a president for all Americans. Those who vote for us and those who don't. She and I both come from the middle class.
Sure.
We've lived this experience. We'll be relying on that experience.
Sure. Sorry, guys. Let's go back to the Trump rally. We're missing out.
We have the ability to protect that freedom, preserve that freedom, and pass it on to the next generation, and that is exactly what Donald Trump will do
saves.
every single
What's up?
day.
Trump's winning it all.
But he needs your help to get there. We have to send a strong, clear message. And you can do that by voting for Donald Trump and sending him back to the White House, and that has to happen right here. America needs Donald Trump. And
You know what's crazy though, you guys, is like, yeah, we just watched that 2.5 minute like dystopian like whatever video, and what's crazy is the reality that these leftists live in and it truly is just this completely separate reality than what we live in. And like, here we are, like, I'm so excited. Like, if Trump wins, I'm going to be super excited. Like, we saved America. Like, this is awesome. Like, great. And first of all, the Democrats don't, a lot of Democrats I know, like, they can't even mentally process or comprehend even that Donald Trump is even where he's at right now, let alone that he actually might win or that he actually is going to win. Like, this is gonna fry their brains. Like, a lot of leftist Democrats are gonna have their brains like fried and like short circuit and explode if Trump wins, because it won't compute for him.
Here we are, the night
Tyree
before the most important election.
What's up, Tyree? Welcome, Tyree. Thanks for the follow.
There's no place else
You guys didn't overreact on January 6th? No, I did not.
You, standing proud to support the President of the United States, who is fighting for the people, who is fighting for peace, and who has in his heart putting America first. You know, the most important quality that I look for in any elected leader, but especially the President of the United States, is someone who wakes up every single day asking himself, what can I do for the American people? I just spent the first half of the day before I came here in Western North Carolina, and we went through different areas in Asheville and the surrounding communities where people are still suffering and struggling in the wake of Hurricane Helene. And I was moved almost to tears many times as people shared with me their stories of loss, the funerals that they are going to for their loved ones who were killed in that disaster. There was a firefighter that gave me this bracelet with tears in his eyes in memory of his battalion chief, Tony Garrison, whose end of watch was on September 27, 2024, because he went out to save someone's life.
Wow, Corso, are you serious, Corso? So Corso, you're fairly blue, fairly left-leaning, but you think Trump is going to win? Wow, Corso. Why? How are you so open-minded? I thought 22 was going to be a red wave, so I just don't want to get my hopes up. I agree. I thought Mitt Romney was going to win in 2012, I've gotten my hopes dashed way too many times, but I've got my hopes up this time for whatever reason. I like Tulsi Gabbard for Secretary of Defense, I suppose. I don't know. Yeah, I think Tulsi Gabbard would be good for Secretary of Defense for all I know. Yeah. General Mattis, I like General Mattis, yeah. Tomorrow we will find out if North Dakota abolishes property tax. Oh, wow, really?
Western North Carolina, that he showed up there for them. It meant the world to people in different parts of the country, like East Palestine, Ohio, when he showed up for them. That's the difference between President Trump and Kamala Harris.
Wow, yeah, here's the AP article. North Dakota voters may end most property taxes. Government programs could face huge cuts. Yeah, this is from AP News. Bismarck, North Dakota. North Dakota voters this fall could largely end property taxes by approving a ballot measure that opponents say would drastically slash a variety of state services, but supporters argue would provide long-sought relief the state can afford. If passed, the constitutional initiative would eliminate property taxes based on assessed value and require the legislature to replace the lost revenue. A top legislative panel estimated the cost to be $3 billion every 2 years, a huge number for a state that passed a $6 billion budget in 23. Opponents wonder what government services and initiatives would be cut to cover the replacement revenue. It would be absolute chaos for the legislature and for the appropriations process. something that we've never done before. We'll be walking blind, that's for sure, as far as how to go about doing this. Money for Medicaid expansion, hospitals, nursing homes, education programs could all be on the chopping block. Measure leader Rick Becker countered it wasn't practical to identify funding sources in the initiative, but the state has plenty of money to fill gaps. He said the legislature could use earnings from the state's $11 billion oil tax savings, as well as millions of dollars, he said, go to corporate welfare for private corporations and special interest groups. Huh. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that. What's this? Nothing. Ooh, Donald Trump just posted a new YouTube video.
Nothing worth doing. Nothing worth doing ever came easy. Treat the word impossible as nothing more than motivation. Never, ever quit. Never quit. Adversity makes you stronger. Don't give in, don't back down, and never stop doing what you know is right. They want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedoms. They're not coming after me, they're coming after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way.
When they couldn't beat him, they tried to bankrupt him.
President Trump is back in a New York City courtroom.
When that didn't work, they tried to put him in federal prison.
Raided by the FBI.
When that didn't work, they even tried to kill him.
They just tried to kill President Trump.
Donald Trump still stands, ready to fight, ready to win, and ready to make America great again.
This is Donald Trump's house, brother.
This election, we all get to choose. I'm going to choose real American leadership and a real American badass. The 45th and soon to be 47th President Donald J. Trump.
Starting on day one, we will defeat inflation quickly and we will make America affordable again. I will cut your energy costs in half. It's time for the working man and woman to finally catch a break.
Sorry, guys. Let me read chat. I don't want to get too far behind. I'm for tax cuts for billionaires. We got property tax increases. Oh, this is in the Massachusetts ballot. Prola property tax increases, legalization of psychedelics, removal of the state test for high school graduation, minimum wage increases for servers, unionization of rideshare workers in Massachusetts for ballot initiatives. Those are terrible, Prola. Those are terrible ballot initiatives. I'd be a no. To be fair, Montana has terrible ballot initiatives. All the ballot initiatives, they're always radical left-wing things because they're funded by the radical left. You know, so that's why even in places like Montana, you get radical left-wing ideas on these ballot initiatives, and there's no conservative groups putting in the money to counter these things or to put out our own initiatives. I'm for tax cuts across the board, USA, no tax on tips, USA, no tax on Social Security, USA. I love it. Guitar player, what's up? What should happen if Trump loses? Well, hopefully I won't have to repay my student loans. That's the one thing I've got going, guitar player, is if Trump loses, then at least I can count on all you guys to pay for my student loans.
We are going to bring back the American dream bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. When I'm back in the White House, we will restore world peace, and it will be again peace through strength. I will launch the largest deportation program in American history, and we'll put these vicious and bloodthirsty criminals in jail or kick them the hell out.
That's crazy, man.
out of our country. November 5th, 2024 will be Liberation Day in America. We all salute the same great American flag. Our best days are yet to come. Together, we will make America great again.
Fantastic piece.
What will we do with this moment? How will we be remembered? Look at the opportunities before us.
This election really isn't about the left versus the right. It's about we, the people, choosing our government and the choice between freedom versus tyranny.
Nobody has a chronic disease burden like we have. Why are we allowing this to happen to our children? Ultimately, the only thing that will save our country is if we choose to love our kids more than we hate each other.
What is going on here is deeper than politics. It is deeply spiritual. We are being called to rise above the hatred and the fear and the evil.
We need to remember above and beyond that we must love our neighbors, that we must treat other people as we hope to be treated.
You want to be a rebel?
Man, these videos are so freaking good, man. Holy cow, I'm about to tear up. If Trump loses, we may have to go underground as the libs will be emboldened. It could be bad, Hydra. It could be bad. I was told the cannabis thing was supposed to be in the privacy of your home, but people smoke it in parks. So many drivers smoke it, you can smell it on the roads. Mushrooms is only going to make the roads more dangerous. Yep, pro-law, yep. And only going to further degrade our societal morals and ethics. I'm rich, you're not. I want Trump to take from Social Security to pay for my billionaire tax cuts, suckers. Pickles, you sucker. You sucker, Pickles. You sucker. You're paying for my tax cuts, Pickles. You sucker. Sucker. Legalizing psychedelic mushrooms is different than legalizing fentanyl, heroin, cocaine, or meth. I don't think mushrooms are deadly. No, but the thing is it's just one more further step, guitar player. It's like, okay, so first of all, we legalized, marijuana, and then you legalize psychedelics, and then you legalize all these other things. And then it's like you're getting further and further and further down the path of moving further and further away from actual medicine, actual health. Which is not putting drugs into your body and eating healthy and exercising. Like,
You hippie? You want to stick it to the man? Show up on your college campus and try calling yourself a conservative.
America is going to reach heights that it has never seen before. The future is going to be amazing.
Don't you want healthy children? Don't you want a president that's going to make America healthy again?
Wow, we've got to break into that incredible video. We've got to break into that credible video to go live for Donald Trump's second to last ever rally. Donald Trump's second to last rally of his entire political career, spanning a decade and almost 1,000 rallies. And this is the second to the last one here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. As we close in here on election night, I was gonna check in with Meet the Depressed. But we won't. We'll go full screen for this for you guys. Wow,
this is great. This is fantastic. A very, very special hello to Pittsburgh. And Pennsylvania. I went to school in Pennsylvania. I know everything about Pennsylvania. I love Pennsylvania. I'm thrilled to be back in this incredible, and it is incredible. Is it incredible? This incredible Commonwealth with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots and hard hats. People have no idea.
Kiswan, what's up, Kiswan? You too, man. Thanks.
These are great people, let me tell you.
Me too, Hydra. Me too, Hydra.
I'd like to begin by asking
I like
a very,
RFK
very
now.
simple
I like RFK now.
and easy to understand question. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? Does anybody disagree? It's dangerous, don't do it. But over the past 4 years, Americans have suffered one catastrophic failure, betrayal, and humiliation after another. Kamala Harris has delivered soaring prices and economic anguish at home, war and chaos abroad, and nation-destroying invasion on our southern border like nobody's ever seen before. She's actually a disaster. My message to Americans tonight is simple. We do not have to live this way. We don't. We don't. And we won't. We won't. We do not have to settle for weakness, incompetence, decline, and decay.
I don't support use of mushrooms or psychedelics like that, pro law. Because, yeah, they can give you long-term depression. They can backfire. You can have a bad trip. You can have nightmares from them. Like, they're scary. Like, I'm sure, yeah. Wow, drugs made somebody happy. Cool, let's give everybody drugs. They make you happy. It's like, no, it's more complicated than that, you idiots.
They have to appreciate that we're helping them. When we win election, only one day, oh, does that sound nice? One day from now. Oh. We've been waiting for 4 years for this. 4 years. Right? Look at all these senators. Look at all these senators and congressmen. We've been waiting 4 years. Oh, now it's what I've been saying. Only 1 year from now. Only 6 months from now. It's 6 months. 6 months. Even when I said only 10 days, it still sounded tomorrow.
Yeah, you were right, Hydra. You were right, Hydra, about RFK. I was wrong.
Stop the invasion of criminals coming across our border, and we will stop it rapidly.
I think they should refuse to raise the debt ceiling unless the budget is balanced, guitar player, personally.
But now it needs a little strengthening after giving a big chunk of it to Afghanistan. Figure that out. Figure that one out. I will restore peace in the world, and I will rescue the American dream. Together, we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country, and we will launch the most extraordinary economic boom the world has ever seen, and we'll do it by utilizing the assets that we have. If you vote for Kamala, you will have 4 more years of misery, failure, and disaster. Our country may never recover. Vote for me, and I will deliver rising wages, soaring income, and a colossal surge of jobs, wealth, and opportunity for Americans of every race.
Alcohol prohibition didn't require a constitutional amendment. The proponents just wanted it to be set firmly at the constitutional level. Yeah, so for me, the question, right? Okay, so like it's an interesting constitutional legal question, right? Because the way our Constitution is set up is that the states are the ones with the general police powers. Not the federal government. So when you're analyzing like, does something require a constitutional amendment? It's like, well, hold on, who's doing it and where's the constitutional power to do it coming from? I think states could have prohibited alcohol constitutionally. and frankly, they still can. Actually, states can still actually prohibit, specifically because the new constitutional amendment says that alcohol laws are basically just up to states. It's up to states. So states could have banned alcohol anytime they wanted. I think it probably would have required a constitutional amendment to ban it at the federal level, because there's no federal constitutional provision that grants the federal government the power to do that.
Job.
Shoot, sorry.
That we had only just started.
Shoot, sorry. I'll stop trying to chat over this.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. This is a frisky group. Many people say that God saved me in order to save America. Many people are saying that. And with your help, we will fulfill that extraordinary mission together. We're going to save our country. But many people have said that. To every citizen across this land, I am asking for the honor of your vote. I don't want your money. I don't want anything. I just want your vote. We are on the 5-yard line. I would actually say we're on the 1-yard line, if you want to really know the thing. And some of the, oh, that's a lot of fake news back there. Look at that. You know, for a person that they hate, they sure do show up, right? Man. That's a big group of people. Some are actually good, and some are just absolutely terrible. All right, thank you for being here. It shows that ratings are more important than hatred. I've always said that. As your president, I will fight for you every single day with every breath in my body. I will fight. Together we will save this country. We will defeat the corrupt system in Washington, and America's future will be an absolutely incredible one. That's what it is. But we got to start immediately. It can't wait any longer. It's not going to be possible. This is all you really need to know. It's simple, not particularly beautiful as a statement, but very simple. It's Kamala broke it. I will fix it. Thank you. And I don't know if you know, but Kamala has a little rally going on. And when I say little, I mean little. It's a competing rally. It's not this giant place that's sold out. What a beautiful, this is a beautiful place. And it's quite embarrassing. It's all over the internet. She's screaming. And the people, it's about 100 people, they're not moving. They just want to go home, just be done with it. It's not quite this. You see the front row? You have a lot of front row Joes. We have more front row Joes here than she's got at her big rally. This was the big one. No, it's a whole host. She tried to get stars to come in, and they wouldn't do it, actually. She'd go and get Beyonce. No. Beyonce would come in. Everyone's expecting a couple of songs. And there were no songs. There was no happiness. It's just like Give me my check. I want to get out of here.
Buckeye. Dude, that's awesome, Buckeye. Very cool. Good for you, Buckeye.
But you always put the star. She should have learned this from Crooked Hillary. Always put the
No, I wouldn't, guitar player.
The people stay. Finish your speech. Let the star, and even if she doesn't sing, they booed like hell, but the press didn't play that. They booed both of them the hell out of the stadium. But you know what? Even though the act was terrible, it's like by that time you're out of the building, like Elvis had left the building. Elvis has left.
Wait, Big Steph. Yo, Big Steph. Are you actually suggesting that the number of Twitch viewers on conservative channels versus Twitch channels has something to do with like where the American people are at? Please tell me no. Please tell me you're not trying to say that.
No.
Because if so, that shows you know nothing about Twitch.
We don't need a star. Just to bring it back into seriousness, we don't need a star because we have policy. We have great policy. We have great policy. No, and we do have great policy. Look, they have horrible policy. They've got a machine that's incredible. They've got a vicious, horrible group of people, a machine where they can have open borders and let people pour into the country. They can have transgender operations at any age, anytime you want it. They can be pushing men playing in women's sports, and because she's just a vessel, and Joe Biden was just a vessel, it's a group of very powerful people that are probably people that hate our country and they want to destroy our country. Somebody said, are they dumb? Well, who would have these? It's embarrassing when I say, we will keep men out of women's sports. I'm saying, can you imagine saying that 10 years ago? They'd say, this guy's cracked up. This guy's crazy. Who the hell's going to have men playing? You see the Olympic boxing where two people who transitioned, they transitioned from men to women and just a light jab. That was the end of that one. You know, a jab, for those that don't know, but that's just sort of like a defensive punch. And the young lady who's a champion walked back to the court. She was from Italy, beautiful young lady, which I'm not allowed to say. You can't say beautiful, so I'll take beautiful. But she was a beautiful young. In politics, you're not allowed to call a woman beautiful anymore. It's the end of your career. So please delete the word beautiful. Thank you very much. Well, 60 Minutes deleted the whole damn answer. What? So I'm allowed to do that, aren't I, Susan Wiles? But America will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than ever before. Sure. Tomorrow you have to stand up and tell Kamala that you've had enough, you can't take it anymore. She's the least talented person we've ever seen in government. She allowed our borders to be open. She's allowed bad things to happen. She allowed a man who was grossly incompetent to remain in the most important position of any country in the world when they're talking nuclear weapons and they're talking wars. And she still says, oh no, I didn't notice anything wrong. If she didn't notice anything wrong, then she's got a bigger problem than he has. So we don't like it, Kamala. We don't like what you've done. You're the worst vice president in history. He's the worst president in history. Kamala, you're fired. Get out. Get out. You're fired. See, I consider all those guys back there with the big muscles, and it's not my thing, but I consider them really beautiful to me. They're beautiful people, and they are productive people. They make our country work and run. They built our country, they did. And then you had stupid politicians that let them down. And those companies got taken out of Pittsburgh and every place else. like you take candy away from a baby, but now we have the exact opposite. If we win Pennsylvania, we will win the whole thing. It's very simple. And I do believe it is, I say you have to make, I do believe it is too big to rig. I think it's too big to rig. They'll try. And they are trying, you know, though. It's too big to rig. This is a big movement. This is, you know, we did great in 2016. We did much better in 2020, but a lot of bad things happened. He turned out to be a brilliant candidate from his basement that nobody ever heard. No, this is that big, powerful, vicious party. No, that's a vicious machine. I mean, they can take all these bad ideas and win elections. It's like there's only way you could do that. One way. There's only one way. But you know what it did teach us? In one way, it was good because it taught us how bad a communist philosophy is, how bad a Marxist philosophy, how bad all of this stuff is. And we'll really be able to get our country back the way it should be. It's much easier because you're going to realize how bad it is. It's just what's happening. When we go over the economy and the economic numbers over the last week, it's Herbert Hoover stuff, and I never wanted to be Herbert Hoover. Let me just tell you, the one president I didn't, and there was some that I wouldn't want to either, but in particular because I'm very good at business. I've always been good at business. They're starting to realize that those guys back there, oh, they wanted me to be bad, so bad. But now they're saying, this guy's shit, man. He's made a lot. But listen, so, and if I'm not good enough, Elon Musk is good enough because he is working so hard. Elon with that rocket. Think of that rocket 2 weeks ago coming down and those engines are blasting. And I said, man, a few days ago it left. It was a beautiful crystal white. Now it's all like fire blazing. They know about that. Like it went through a steel furnace, by the way, but that's what it did. 10,000 degrees coming down at like 20,000 miles an hour. So think of it, a car's going 90, you're going, this is like 20,000 miles coming down, 22-story building. Then it stops, starts flipping around, starts finding this crazy site in the middle of it, wherever it was. And I told this story, I hope I don't bore you with it, but I had this guy on the phone. I told it at another rally, and I don't want to bore. Did anybody hear this story? Should I tell it again? It's quick. I hate to tell it again. I hate to double up, but this is so I'm talking to this guy, one of the most important people in the nation, in his mind, only in his mind. And because I was president, and they say most likely like about a 96.2% chance.
PM, what's up, PM?
Well, we can't remember. If you remember 2016, I was given a 3% chance of winning. And then I won Florida, and it went to, think of it. So she was at 97, and I was at 3. Then I won Florida, she went down to 92. Then I won Georgia, then I won North Carolina, then I won South Carolina, then I ran the whole East Coast. And then people started going crazy. Remember the woman with the glasses and that big head of hair? She was screaming. I said to my beautiful wife, why is she screaming? We're going to make America great. Why is she screaming? But she was not too happy. I wonder what
wow, Hydra.
That woman. She became famous.
No, that's not comforting.
They were going crazy. Then she had a 55% chance. Then it was a 49% they went crazy. But that was something. So based on what I'm hearing, he's at right now 4%. She's at 4%. And so we never want to take anything for granted. But we're really doing well. If you vote, here's the story. We have the ball. It's ours to win. The only thing I ask is that you go out and vote. Because if you vote, we're going to win. And
Yeah, pro law. That's all. That all makes perfect sense. Pro law, and I do think that. I mean, it sounds like you're recognizing that. I agree. First of all, I totally agree with you that it was a cultural issue. People initially thought it was a state issue because, frankly, states are where most of our governing is supposed to be done. The federal government's really only for foreign policy and immigration. But yeah, I did not know that we disagreed on the Commerce Clause. I did not know that you like, for example, I don't know. Do you agree with Wickard v. Filburn, pro law? I mean, do you agree with Wickard v. Filburn? I don't think that the federal government has the constitutional authority to ban products. I do think that if it's talking about crossing state lines, now that's interstate commerce. And the federal government does have the power to regulate commerce among the states and between states. But you can't. But the federal government has no authority to come in and say whether I personally individually can possess a product or not, or something or not. Has nothing to do with interstate commerce. Sorry, guys.
Penn State territory.
Sorry, guys. I got to stop doing this with the rally.
We had a packed, not room, it was the stadium, the place. I always like to say when I come to the arenas, how many times could we have sold it out? If you look at where we were in Wisconsin, Milwaukee, we had a brand new, gorgeous, big arena. We could have sold it out 10 times. I'm telling you, we could have sold out Madison Square Garden 5 or 6 times. 5 or 6 times.
Yeah, Wickard. Yes, Prola. Wickard v. Filburn was like the farmer that was growing hay to use on his own personal farm. And they said that was interstate commerce.
Of the vicious clubs. I don't put them up anymore. You know why? Because the fake news refuses to put them on. And I have friends call me. They love to watch the rallies. They can't get enough of them. And they're going, President, it's so terrible. You're speaking, and then you put up a video on a screen right behind you, and the fake news refuses to. All they have to do, they don't put it on television. They have the thing on every one of the stations, and there's one that doesn't really treat us good, but people think they do.
Oh, you can?
Nobody can figure that one out, I'm sure. They don't treat me good.
So if I pause it when it's live.
1 inch up.
Oh, yeah.
And you'd be able to see the screens, but you can't see them, so I don't.
I didn't know that. Cool. Thank you, Corso.
I don't bother with it anymore. It's a terrible thing. A terrible thing. We have to get them to straighten out, because I think without a free and fair press, it's very hard to do what we want to do. It's a very hard thing. Very hard thing to do. But they're allowing people to come in from insane asylum.
It can affect everywhere else, Prola, but that's not a constitutional limiting principle. If you say, anything that can affect anything, it's like, okay, well, that's everything. That's not a constitution anymore. You've now given the federal government unlimited powers. That's my problem with that approach.
The day I take office, the migrant invasion ends and the restoration of our country begins.
That's not what the founders meant by that either.
Oh, those Penn State guys, I wanted them to wrestle the migrants. I told, the UFC, Dana White. Oh, they killed me in this. I told Dana, to set up your League of Champions, unbelievable, best fighters in the world, and a migrant league. At the end, I want the migrant to go against the champion, and I think the migrant might actually win. That's how nasty some of these guys are.
I love when Trump talks about the migrant fighting league he wants to set up.
They won. I mean, how good is this coach? They won in the last 13 years. They won 11 national titles. They won the title this year. And I had him up. I brought him up in the stage at Penn State. I was at Penn State. The place was packed. And I said to him, fellas, you may be like the only guys in the country that can beat the hell out of the migrants. It's true. They're the only ones that could beat the migrants in a fight. These are tough people. These are people who've been in jails. They're killers. They're murderers. The level of viciousness is unexcelled. And it's from all over the world, not just from South America. So we love being there. I was just 2 days ago. We love being there. We love seeing these young guys. These guys were great. But they won 11 out of 13 titles, and it's called Pennsylvania. Here we are, right? It's one of those things. They're pretty good. But we have to stop because the United States is now an occupied country. We're an occupied. Can you imagine somebody getting up and making a statement? We are an occupied country. When you look at what's happening in Aurora, when you look at what's happening in all places, Springfield, how about Springfield, Ohio? We're an occupied country. And, you know, those are just the places you hear about. But they're taking over large sections of the country. Yeah, Colorado. Remember Colorado? They're the ones that started the movement, the governor, the weak, pathetic governor of Colorado. He's a radical.
Welfare should be invested in stocks and banks.
He's afraid of them. He's afraid to do anything. He's lost control of his state. But he was the one that wanted to have Trump taken off the ballot, even though I was leading all of the Democrats, all of the Republicans at the time. I was number one. And they went to the United States Supreme Court and got a 9-0 approval, but that Trump has the right to run for president. He wanted me off the ballot. And the people in Colorado, and you know who is more angry than the Republicans? The Democrats, the regular, not the politicians.
West Dude, what's up, West Dude?
And they showed me with polls where I was leading in a state that normally, well, of course, you know, they have all mail-in voting, so, you know, you can't count too much on that. But if God would come down from heaven, if God would come down and be the...
So, wait, Prolaw, what's your issue anyway with, like, how did this whole thing start? You just saying federal prohibition didn't require a constitutional amendment? Why do you care? Like, why do you care, Prolaw? Like, whether or not prohibition required an amendment or not? Whether it was required or whether it was just, hey, they wanted to do it. What's the difference? Why does it make a difference?
Some people get 5 and some only get 2 or 3. And I went to California. We had a rally. We had 107,000 people show up. I said, there's no way I would lose. And I do well with Hispanics. A poll just came out. I'm at 56% with Hispanics compared to this woman who was at 36%. How about that? I think the Green Party got more than she did.
Yeah, it does go to abortion right now, too. I find it, yeah, I mean, I don't see how conservatives could argue for a federal abortion ban constitutionally if they say the Commerce Clause doesn't extend to purely intrastate conduct, which is my position, right? And abortion, like, I think the federal government could ban abortions, could ban abortion tools from being transferred between states, could do things like that, but, like, dude, an abortion is purely intrastate conduct. I do not think the federal government has the power to regulate conduct and people's acts that are purely done within one state, not going into another state. It's not interstate. It's not crossing state lines.
No choice. These are murderers. 13,099 put out by the Border Patrol, who, by the way, 2 weeks ago gave me the best endorsement.
Which is hilarious because that Kyle Rittenhouse thing was always so funny because the Democrats, he crossed state lines. He crossed state lines. And we were all like joking and being like, you idiots. There's nothing wrong with crossing state lines. But the reality is that the law actually does bring into account crossing state lines under certain things because the federal government literally had to put in certain provisions that this only applies for crossing state lines, because otherwise it'd be unconstitutional.
And conquered, can you imagine? We're talking about, these are military invasions without the uniforms. That's all it is. And we will put the vicious and bloodthirsty criminals in jail or kick them the hell out of our country as fast as we can. And to expedite removals of the Tren Aragua gang and the MS-13 gangs, equally as vicious. You know, MS-13 Took two beautiful teenage girls walking to school in Long Island. For some reason, we took them out by the thousands. ICE. She wants to defund ICE. ICE, they're tough as hell, and they're also people that love our country. They took two young girls, and they sliced them into pieces as they were walking.
No, murder is a state crime, Altair. Murder is also a state issue. Murder is a state crime. That's a state crime.
Into school. And ICE did their business. ICE went in and took care of them. But can you imagine?
All these asshats coming into Massachusetts to get abortions is interstate commerce? True. Yeah, I mean, if people are crossing state lines to get it, that is interstate commerce. That's the definition of it.
I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 17...
I believe it, guess. I believe that guess. I believe that guess.
To target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil. And if they come back into our country, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole. And I am hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or a law enforcement officer.
Wow, the crowd going wild for the call for the death penalty. True, West Dude. Yeah, that's right, West Dude. Felony just means prison for a year or longer. Yep. A lot of state crimes are felonies. Yep. People totally get that mixed up with federal crimes versus felonies. Absolutely.
And I will ban all sanctuary cities in the United States of America. And I am going to immediately do something that nobody's ever heard before. And I've wanted to do it for a long time, but I don't want these guys to do it because they won't do it properly. We will immediately stop the drugs pouring across our border. We lose 300,000 people. You don't lose 90. They've been saying 90, 90, 90. We lose 300,000. Everybody in this room knows people that were devastated. Their children mostly, but the parents too, they die. Fentanyl, they put a piece, take a pin, put a little tiny piece of fentanyl in the top of that pin, and that can kill 5 people. Put a little bit more, it can kill the entire town. This is what we're dealing with. Everybody I know is losing sons, children to fentanyl. We lose not 100,000, we lose probably much more than 300,000. So essentially that's a war, right? That's a war. We don't lose that many soldiers if you're in wars. So we lose 300,000 people a year to drugs entering from Mexico. And if they don't stop this poison from flooding into our country, and they can stop it by not accepting it from China, and I'm doing the same thing.
No, I'm with you on that, Pro Law. I would be willing to do this, Pro Law. I would be willing to do this, Pro Law, that yes, I will use and support the full use of the federal government's power to push socially conservative policy positions, including powers that I don't necessarily agree that the government has, but the Supreme Court says they have it. I would agree to push those until such time as the Supreme Court fixes its interpretation of the Constitution. It would be the same with like ballot harvesting, right? Like, I don't believe ballot harvesting should be legal, but I would be willing to promote ballot harvesting, and I have been promoting ballot harvesting where it's legal, you know. And so, like, I would be willing to go that far with you, Pro Law, and say, like, I want the federal government. That's why Guitar Player in here earlier said Guitar Player was asking me, like, if I agreed that we should, like, drop the issue of a national abortion ban. I'm like, no, I don't think we should drop that issue. It's like, why should we say it's totally fine for like little kids to be murdered just because it's in a Democrat state? Like, no. But at the same time, like, constitutionally, I don't necessarily think that's the proper role of the federal government. But until such time as it's fixed by the Supreme Court, I would support it.
Relationship. He's a strong man. He's a fierce person. You know, people said, what's he like? He's fierce. There's nobody in Hollywood that could play his role, believe me. And I say that with respect. But I said to him, you're killing a lot of people by sending fentanyl into our country. I said, how many people do you lose a year with drugs? No, nobody. I said, what do you mean nobody? No, we have no problem with drugs. Why? We have a quick trial. What is a quick trial? I mean, I know what a quick trial is. What is a quick trial? if we catch a drug dealer, we bring him to quick trial. He said, we bring him to quick trial.
I agree.
And they're almost
way of
always
looking at it.
found guilty. And then we send the bullet home to the family, and the family must pay us for the bullet. Can you believe this? This is a little different than our country. In our country, they'd lawyer up, they'd be going to trial for 30 years. But they have no drug, they have zero drug problem. And I said, I want you to do me a favor. And we made a deal. You're killing our people, and that's going to end up in bad things for you, really bad for you. Not for you. Can't get any worse for us. I said, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to give the same death penalty to those people that are sending fentanyl into the United States. And if you don't do that, I'm going to tariff the hell out of your shit coming into the United States. And guess what? He agreed to do it. We had an agreement, and then we had a very bad election, a horrible election. Think of the difference, how different our country would be. You wouldn't have had the fentanyl problem. You really wouldn't. You wouldn't have had inflation, because they did that by screwing around with my energy. We had energy at $1.84. It was $1.87. It was corrected by the federal government. I was at $1.84. We had all of these things. You wouldn't have had October 7th in Israel. All those people would be alive today. The hostages, most of whom are no longer living. Think of it. Russia would not have attacked. Ukraine wouldn't have happened. But Israel wouldn't have happened because Iran was broke. I said, you can't buy any oil from Iran. Anybody that buys oil from Iran can't deal in the United States. We don't do business with you. China stopped it. I told that to President Xi. If you buy oil, they were the primary customer. If you buy 1 barrel of oil, 1 barrel from Iran, you're not doing any business with the United States. We'll go cold turkey, which some people like anyway. And you know what? They said, all right, they didn't. Nobody did. I said that to 45 different countries. They weren't selling anything. They were essentially broke. They wanted to make a deal so badly. And then we had that bad election, that horrible, disgusting, worst thing that ever happened to the country was that election. And I left, and they didn't follow up the deal that I made. And the fentanyl is now pouring into Mexico at numbers, and more people are dying, and it comes across this open border, and we're taking
Is Kamala Harris seriously not doing anything on the day before the election on her campaign? What a joke. Is that serious?
Where is that all-time favorite? So the red arrow on the bottom, that's the lowest. It's done by the Border Patrol, not by me. It looks like something done by me, doesn't it? But that was my last day in office. Look at the red arrow. That was the lowest that we've ever had. Drugs, it includes drugs, but drugs and human trafficking, but mostly illegals coming into the United States of America. Look at that number.
Oh, this says, where's Kamala Harris Monday? The Dem nominee is spending her final day on the campaign trail in Pennsylvania. She'll begin. She's going to do a Pittsburgh rally at 8:30. Which is literally in 20 minutes, before speaking at her final rally in Philadelphia at 11:05 p.m. The Philadelphia rally is set to include appearances from Lady Gaga, Oprah, Ricky Martin, and The Roots. How stupid, dude. She can't get anybody to show up without a bunch of celebrities and art musicians.
But that's the lowest point, and I love that show.
Kamala Harris gets up and she speaks for like 20 minutes, and then she's out of there, and we're like, whoa, what? All this just for like 20 minutes?
Over there. It never was over there, and it was never over there because I always do this toward the end of a speech, not the beginning. I looked over there at that chart, and I said, what the hell was that? Man, yeah. So that was pretty amazing. But, you know, I do want to tell you one quick story. So I'm in Detroit, and Mexico's getting rather rough with us in terms of trade. And we're not going to take it. We don't have to take it. We have a good trade deal, but, you know, nobody knows how to use it because they're stupid people. And Mexico is doing things that aren't good. And, you know, China's using Mexico as a subchapter S corporation practically. China's putting a lot of money into, you know, they're running the they're running things pretty good, and they're going to build the largest auto plant. I was making a speech at the Detroit Economic Club, but a year and a half ago, it looked like I was going to run, and I wanted to go see an auto plant because we're getting screwed on autos. I mean, everyone's moving their plants over. Actually, Elon built a big plant in Texas, okay? We like it. All right? Elon built a very big plant in Texas.
Oh, is that the Nicole Shanahan thing you just Oh, guess I just saw you posted on my Discord here. Let me bring it up on Twitch.
What will we do with this moment? How will we be remembered? Look at the opportunities. In Georgia, where the judge ruled that no, they're not allowed to have unlimited extensions for the votes to come in. That's what I was. We have unlimited extensions. We just found 100,000 votes just poured in from the.
Yeah, after election's over. They're counting votes after the election's over.
We have to do it. We have to win the old-fashioned way and then fix it, but we have to fix it. We can't allow this to happen.
Amen.
And remember, the states are essentially
Yep.
an agent, if I can use that term, but they're an agent of the federal government. The states are doing the collecting, so to speak. And they have to take their orders from the federal government. And how can you do this where they say it's going to take days longer? You have all this equipment. The other thing is, if you go to a paper system, it'll cost you 8% of what all of this fancy machinery costs. But Elon said that there is no computer in the world that can't be broken into very easily by somebody that's computer smart. I have a son at home, Barron. I said, people love Barron. They love Barron.
People love Barron.
They love Barron. I say, Barron, you're always on your computer. I think you have to learn it at a young age, actually. Barron, you're always on your computer. You gotta stop. You gotta do other things. Yes, Dad. Yes, Dad. Sure. Sure, Dad. Don't be wise. Look, I'm gonna turn this thing off. Okay, Dad. Try it. So I turn it off, Dad. I turn it off. It's locked. It's done. I have a number on it. He calls me 45. Come here, Dad. Take a look. Nah, these kids are genius, I'm telling you. He's a wise guy, smart one. And do I have good kids? I have to just... Are my kids here? Where are my kids? They're around here. They're around here. Get them out here. I think I want to bring them up. 4 years.
Dude, I'm so disappointed in Ivanka Trump. Ivanka Trump should be here. What a horrible daughter. I can't believe... I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that.
And Barron's home, and he's watching.
I don't know what's going on.
He's a little young. He's watching. They love Barron, huh? We love Barron.
That bugs me that Ivanka's not here.
Great. She watches. She loves this whole thing. She loves it. She loves you. She loves it. She loves the whole thing. But I just thought, you know, it's sad because we've been doing this for 9 years. We've had hundreds of rallies, hundreds. Actually, numbers that are not even conceivable. I've heard 800, 900, I don't know, but we don't even count them. But and they're all like this. They're all these magnificent, magnificent rallies. And this is the last one I'm going to have here. And I have one left, a whole thing. And remember, the rallies are the most exciting thing. There'll never be rallies like this. You know, you're going to have some leading candidate come in 4 years. And honestly, if they're successful, they'll have 300 or 400 people in a ballroom someplace. This is never going to happen again. It happens every single time. And it's never happened in the world. There's never been. This is a movement that's never happened, and it's going to be a movement that's going to save our country. It's going to be a movement that's going to save. But it's sad in terms of we'll never have this, but we'll have other get-togethers. And in a way, all what we're doing, all these years of work, and you know, we started off with that very bad situation 4 years ago, and it was so sickening to wait 4 years. And if I didn't do so well, I did so much better the second time than the first. I wouldn't have done this if I took in less votes. We took in close to 12 million more votes. I mean, Barack Hussein Obama, he didn't do that. He got far less votes the second time, and he won. And he's a major divider. I watched him the other night. I mean, he's a very divisive guy. I've always said that. He is a very divisive guy. And his wife, I've always been so nice. Ooh, she was hitting me. She was hitting me, Michelle. She was hitting me. That wasn't nice. I've always been nice, but they're dividers, I'll tell you right now. We're not going to stand. Dividers are no good. He's a highly overrated man, I'm telling you that. But he's a divider. I watched him with this crap where he's trying to get her in. He's the one that pushed her in the first place. And look what happens. I mean, I hope it happens, because if it doesn't happen, this country's in big trouble. But we've been doing this now for 9 years, and we had a great first term. We rebuilt our military. We cut taxes more than any president in history, including Ronald Reagan, who did a big tax cut. We cut more regulations. We developed an open Space Force through the Congress, and I think that's going to go down. First time in 82 years that last one was the Air Force. We did that. I mean, think of all the different things that we did. We were respected all over the world. China respected us. Everybody respected us. There was no laughing at your leader. They came up with all these hoaxes, Adam Schiff and all this scum that we have in this country. They're scum. And they knew it was a hoax. And they tried to put this guy who didn't know anything about Russia, they tried to put him in jail, Adam Schiff, conceived of the story. Think of it.
I saw
Adam
that,
Schiff
Guess. That's
Schiff,
good news, Guess.
one of the truly unattractive people.
Laura Trump is definitely
I call
a
him
diamond.
watermelon head. He's got the largest head and the smallest neck. He's got a neck that's about 4 inches around. He's got a watermelon on top of it. But he's not a stupid person, but he's an evil kind of person. And he's likely going to be a senator, unfortunately. But, I mean, this scum is going to be a senator. So their movement carries on, but our movement carries on, too. As long as ours carries on. No, he's got the smallest neck I've ever seen. Do you think he can play football for the Pittsburgh Steelers? I don't think so. One shot, and there goes the whole thing would fall apart. One little shot. One tiny tap like that, boom, falls off. No, but bad. But think of how bad this is. I don't want to put him on the spot, but this kid went through hell on a story that they knew was made up, Russia, Russia, Russia hoax. And I saw Schiff come out of an intelligence meeting or something. He's not supposed to even do this, but he goes out into this press, and he says, Donald Trump Jr. will go to jail for what he's done with Russia. Right? And I said, whoa. I said, what's this all about? So I call him up. I said, Don, what's going on? I said, Dad, I don't know anything about Russia. He didn't do anything. He went before grand juries. He went before what they did to this guy was, and you know what? I think he became tougher because of it. Maybe too tough. I think he's too tough, Sarah. I don't like it. He's too tough. They've made my son too tough, Mike. But he's a great guy, and he's a good person, and they put him through hell. But think of it. What person, and Hillary was in the act, they spied on my campaign. It's now proven. Spied on my campaign. The Russia, Russia, Russia thing with Mueller, you saw Mueller's performance in Congress, right? He didn't know anything. We were totally exonerated. But for 2 years, this guy went through hell. He went through hell. He had nothing to do with Russia. He didn't know anything about it. They went through millions of phone calls. They didn't find one phone call to Russia. It was a hoax. But think about how bad you have to be. We're going to put the son of the President of the United States in prison for what he's done with Russia. And he knows it was a hoax because he conceived of the hoax along with Crooked Hillary and the rest of them. And Obama, in my opinion. No, but think of it. He conceived of a hoax, and he wants my son to go to prison. That is human scum, I'm sorry. And he'll probably go on to be a senator, and that's okay, because we have blocked them. Everything we've done, we've won against, but they are bad people. You know, if they put that genius toward making our country great, boy, would we have fun. We would have fun together. But I don't know if they're capable of doing that. It'd be great if we could bring everybody together. The time we came together is just previous to COVID. We had the most successful country ever in history. We were doubling up in China. They were paying us billions of dollars. No other president took in anything. And you know what was happening? Everybody had jobs. African American, Asian American, everybody. Asian, the Hispanics. Look at me with Hispanics.
Wait, where's Kimberly Guilfoyle? Is Kimberly Guilfoyle on the outs with Don Jr., or what's going on with that?
People that went to MIT, Harvard, and Wharton, and people that didn't have a degree. Everybody was doing better than they've ever done before. People that never graduated from high school. And I'll tell you what was happening is I was getting calls from people that I would say are the radical left, but people that were definitely very far left, and people wanted to start meeting. There was a whole thing. This country was coming together, and then we had we got hit with something that nobody knew what the hell it was, although I did say it was from the Wuhan lab. I was right about that. And bad things happened, and we actually did a great job. Never got the credit for that. We got the credit for what we did with the economy, for what we did. We rebuilt the entire U.S. military, and we knocked the hell out of ISIS. It took them, they were fighting ISIS for 18 years. It took me 4 weeks to get rid of them, right? 4 weeks. So, 4 weeks to get rid of them. But I will tell you, and I just say this because so many people say, is there any way to unify the country? And I used to sort of say, no, look, we want to have walls, we want to have borders, and they don't. I think it has to just be explained. I think that's an easy one. They want the men and women sports things. You know, I've been a politician for now, I can't believe I say that, but 9 years. I've had a lot of people come up and say, well, what about taxes? What about this? Nobody's ever said, sir, it's really important to allow men to play in women's sports. I've never had anybody say it. Nobody's come up to me and said, you know, on the transgender thing, sir, it's very important to my family that you get that. I mean, these things are crazy. And yet on television, that's all they talk about. That's all they talk about. But we're going to turn this country. The bottom line is...
Wow, that's crazy, guitar player. Wow.
We got to fix that. Think of it. And when I turned it back over, the stock market was higher than it was just previous to COVID coming. And think of it. Amazing. We handed them something beautiful, and they blew it. They blew it right out the window. It's terrible. They blew it, and now we're going to end up in a depression, frankly, if you look at the numbers that we are going to present in a second. But I just want to thank my kids because they are great kids, and they have been with me from the beginning. They've been with me right from the beginning. And I thought I should do that because we go to Michigan tonight, and we do one final. We'll do 4 tonight, but we go to Michigan, and I really thought I should recognize my children. So this is the second to last one. That's sad, because we've been together. I mean, look at these people, the front row Joes, the North Carolina women, the whole thing. We have people that have come to hundreds of the rallies, and we all love it. And, you know, they all love the country. Everyone they don't come to our rallies if they don't love the country, just because they wouldn't do it. But but here's the only thing in closing. We have done these rallies, and they were only done for one purpose, to put us in a position that we can be put in tomorrow to fix our country, because the rallies, otherwise it's just nice entertainment. So all of these rallies that we've had for years now, they're done to put us, and you know, after that last horrible situation, and so many bad things happened, China was immediately allowed to go buy oil, and Iran has hundreds of billions of dollars now. They had nothing. They were broke, and so many other things happened, and it's really sad. But we were put in a position with these rallies where, I can't tell you yet, but I mean, we're certainly on the 2 or 3 yard line, and the only way we can blow it is if you blow it. I've given you the ball. I mean, you got to go and vote. You got to vote. And if they vote, Susie, right? If they vote, it's over. And they know it. They know it. They know it. They've already pulled out of a couple of states, you know, states like, the word is they pulled out of North Carolina. They cut all their ads. They're using the money someplace else. I even heard they ran out of money. They don't have any money with all the money they raise. And they get a lot of it from unions and this and that. Even though some of the guys were telling me, the steelworkers, they say the steelworkers are with you, just the top guys aren't. Because you know what? I don't even blame them. It's a habit. So many years, 50, 60, 70 years, they support the Democrats, like a habit. But they're going to do a lot better with me. I want to tell you one quick story because it has to do with these people, because I want to save their jobs, whether it's auto workers or steel workers. So China, I have a friend who's the best and the biggest auto factory builder in the world, I guess. Very big, very good, very capable guy, John. And I see him, and we're talking about a year ago, and he said, yeah, we're building some big, oh, good, I want to see, we're building some big auto factories. Great, I want to see one. When can we go? I want to take a look, because, you know, I'm thinking about running pretty hard, and that's a big thing. We got to save Michigan. We got to save Detroit. Detroit's got big problems. But just generally the car industry, right? It's a big industry. We want to be at the top. So I want to see one of the factories. Okay, good. We're going to go down to Mexico. I said, I don't want to go to Mexico. I want to look at it. No, we don't build the big ones over here. What do you do? He said, it's just, we don't. It just doesn't work that way. So he said, as an example, we're building a really big one in Mexico right near the border. I said, who's the owner or the principal? He said, China. So China's building a massive auto, massive. He said, it'll produce probably more cars than the state of Michigan produces, when you think, you know, because they have smaller plants, they're all over the place. Some of them are very old. I said, that's bad. That's going to kill Michigan. It's going to kill Detroit. It's going to hurt South Carolina, Tennessee, and various other places that are involved. That's really bad. This is a big, yeah, they're going to build more. And I thought about it, and about 2 months ago, I let it be known that I'm going to put tariffs on all the cars that they're going to be selling us into the United States. And I let it be known that the tariffs will be about 100%, and 100% tariff on any car that's made in these factories in Mexico, probably any car coming in from Mexico. Remember, I'm going to put tariffs. This is a big thing. I'm putting tariffs on Mexico. If they don't straighten out this drug, it's their problem. They're coming through Mexico, and Mexico's accepting this fentanyl, and I'm putting tariffs on Mexico. Every damn thing that they sell into the United States is going to have like a 25% tariff until they stop drugs from coming in. And let me tell you something. Those drugs will stop so damn fast that your head will spin. And I'm not playing games. And I'm going to do, and I'm doing the same thing to China. If they want to sell Mexico fentanyl at levels that nobody, it's going crazy right now what they're doing. You know, at least we fought it like hell, and we did relatively successful. You can never, I mean, they put it in hubcaps of cars. It's tough. It's all over the place. It's genius, some of these devices they come up with. But I've told China, you want to sell, we're going to have a good relationship with China, hopefully. I want to have a good relationship. But you sell fentanyl into the United States through Mexico, we're putting a 25% or so tariff on until such time as you stop doing it. And they're not going to do it for long, because that is a massive penalty. And we don't have to fight. We don't have to fight with guns. You know, I had no wars. I stopped wars. I stopped two countries from fighting each other that have nothing to do with us. You can ask Rick Grinnell, who did a great job for us, and you can ask, you can ask Mike Pompeo, he's here. I stopped countries from fighting wars that had nothing to do with us. Just say, listen, fellas, you've been killing each other for 1,000 years. If you keep, and they both did business with the United States and made money. I said, if you keep fighting like this, you're killing people. Lots of people are dying. That's all I cared about. I didn't care where they're from, but people are dying. Good people are dying because these leaders are stupid. And so I said, if you keep doing it, I'm putting a 50% tariff on everything that you do business with the United States on. You got to, I'm talking to two countries. They call me up the next day together. We have resolved our differences. It didn't help me, but you know what? I saved a lot of lives. So getting back to the auto plant, because, you know, I may be the greatest weaver of all time. But what happens, only brilliant people can do that. Stupid people can't do it because they get lost. Where am I? So the stories are very boring. They have to go right down like this, right down to the bottom. They can't weave it all, but I can weave and tell you all these stories. And they're all related, and in some cases, not too much, 10%, but 10% is enough. So getting back to where we started. So I see John. I'm at the Detroit Economic Club last week. Had a great people. And I see John sitting in the audience, right where that big, strong guy is with the label in his jacket, right there, you with a hat on. Big, powerful guy. He's much more powerful physically than John, I can guarantee you that. But I see John sitting right there, and I'm making a speech. I want to see John. I want to get this speech over with. I want to find out what the hell's happening with that plant. But I had told everybody that if they build that plant, I'm putting a 100% tariff on every car that stupid plant makes, because they're looking to hurt our country. And I did that and then sort of forgot about it. But now I see John. I say, do me a favor, that guy sitting over there, please bring him backstage after I'm finished speaking. They bring him backstage. I say, hi, John, how's that plant going where China's going to spend all that money to build a big plant that's going to hurt the United States and kill its auto industry? He said, sir, I was notified last week that they've given up the plant. They're not going to build it. They think you're going to win. And if you win, they think it's going to be a very bad experience for them. They're going to lose their show. And that's what happened. And I stopped it. And those guys back there, I took some pictures with a few of them, and they were hugging and kissing me. I said, get off me. Look at the size of those arms over there. They never kissed a man in their life. But you know why? Because I put tariffs on China dumping steel in the United States, and every one of those guys is working now, right? And they're all working now, and their steel plants are open. And I was just starting. So they like Trump. The rank and file loves Trump. The other guys are sort of like, there's something strange going on. But I don't care. It doesn't matter. I don't want the other guys. I just want these guys. I'll tell you, the Teamsters supported Trump, 62%. And they have a great leader. They have a great leader in the Teamsters, right, Steve? Sean O'Brien is a great leader, but he just took a neutral, and I think that's good. But he took a neutral position. But they took a vote with the Teamsters, and the Teamsters voted for us, and the firemen voted for us. I mean, everybody's voting for us. And I like union, I like non-union, I like everything. Depends where you are, but the unions have been amazing. But the steel unions, they were all going to go out of business. If I didn't put those tariffs on, there wouldn't be one steel plant in this country open, and that's a business, right? And that's a business we need. Look, I'm going to keep us out of World War III. We're not going to have World War III. But if we ever had, steel is a business you have to have. If we ever had a war, you need steel. War with China. Oh, do you think they'll keep selling us steel? I don't think so. We need more steel from China as we attack China. These people are crazy. So that's one of the reasons I like those guys. And it was a 50% tariff, and I would have lifted it higher, but they practically stopped. And all these steel mills are open today because of what I did. There wouldn't be a steel mill in the country. And these guys didn't have the guts. They would have never had the guts to do it. So 4 years of Kamala have delivered nothing but economic hell for the American workers and the auto workers, all workers. Her inflation disaster has made life unaffordable and cost families over $30,000 in higher prices. We got to get the prices down, and we will. When we bring the energy way down, the prices are going to come down. It's very simple. It's not that complicated. When they took over energy and they made it like they're going to close up everything, the prices of energy went up, and that drives it. It's so big, energy, it's so powerful. And we have more than any other country, but we don't use it. Just days ago, we had the worst jobs report in modern history with only 12,000 jobs that were created. We used to hearing 250,000 jobs. It wasn't as good as we anticipated. 12,000 jobs. That's like Walmart. Think of it. Oh, Walmart deals in those numbers. This is a country. But listen to these numbers. 30,000 private sector jobs were killed in a single month. And most of the hiring is done by government jobs, so it's easy. You just tell the government to hire some more people to keep your numbers up. But they're not the jobs you want. You want the jobs like the people standing behind me. And listen, and nearly 100,000 manufacturing jobs were wiped out. And these are government numbers. These are not Trump numbers. This is not Trump. This is government. We get it right off the tabs. They were wiped out. 100 jobs, manufacturing jobs, were lost since the start of this year. 150,000 Americans joined the unemployment rolls in October. 150,000. And nearly 250,000 people dropped out of the labor force over a very short period of time. Just think, a few months ago, they had fraudulently claimed, these people are crooks, they had fraudulently claimed that they had 818,000 jobs created. And it was a fraud. And what happened is they wanted it because that was such a big number that it made the jobs picture not look great, frankly, because they're so far down. But it looked okay. It wasn't like a story. You know, they had a normal thing. So they created a fake 818,000 jobs, and they thought they'd be able to get away with it through the election. They wanted to get away with it right through the election and then announce a week after the election that they're going to revise the numbers. How would you like to be me? And that happened. When I heard this, I looked up, I said, thank you, God. Thank you very much. Because, you know, how would you like to be me and have a phony, well, I sort of had that the last time, in all fairness, with all the phony crap, but how would you like to be me and let's say I didn't win because the economy looked like it was doing okay, and then you see that they fraudulently put down almost 1 million jobs on the rolls, and then they announced that we're going to revise the numbers downward. But they also did something else because they just revised past jobs report down by an estimated 112,000 fake jobs. So that's almost 1 million fake jobs, and the press doesn't want to write about it. But Megyn Kelly will write about it and talk about it, and others will, but they have to know about it. Meanwhile, 100% of the net jobs created in the United States of America has gone only to migrants. Migrants have occupied 100%. And these are depression-type numbers, and that's where we're heading. If she's elected, that's where we're heading. If she's elected, this is a depression. This is a 1929, and there was nothing worse than that. This is in 1990s where it was not good, but fine. This is a 1929 where people were jumping off buildings. This is a 1929. It took 25 years to recover from that mess. And I always said, I said it before, the one president I don't want to be under any circumstances is Herbert Hoover. And that was done by bad tax policy simultaneously with lifting all sorts of other things that made it impossible for people. A lot of mistakes were made. But it took 20 to 25 years to recover. And I don't want that happening. And that's going to happen with her. She doesn't have a clue. She doesn't have a clue. And, you know, I just mentioned a name, but a woman who I saw the other night on television just rip some poor idiot apart. Megyn Kelly is here, and she's doing, come up, come up here, Megyn. She ripped a guy apart.
Hi, everybody. Hey, it's great to see you. Can you believe this guy? Can you believe the energy and the stamina on this guy at his age? I'm ready to go to sleep over there. He's got another rally to go to till tonight. Let me tell you, first of all, one of the reasons why I wanted to come here, one of the many reasons I wanted to come here. When I launched my show 4 years ago, we had Mark Cuban on the program. You know, yeah. May have seen he was in the news this week. And he started going on about how bad America's race history was and how ashamed he was of America, and that's why
Megyn Kelly in the house.
It was really important to stand up and speak out about human rights violations. And then it got awkward when I asked him about all the money he was taking from China. Then he dropped a bunch of F-bombs, and I thought, I really enjoy this feeling of proving Mark Cuban wrong. And so here I am at a Trump rally, a strong, intelligent woman to prove Mark Cuban wrong again. I won't take up much of your time, but I do want to tell you the main reasons I am voting for Donald Trump. Number one, immigration. He mentioned it. And people like Laken Riley. I'll be thinking about her tomorrow all day. 22 years old, killed in Georgia, a young nursing student by an illegal. I'll be thinking about Jocelyn Nungare, 12
Ice
years
Poof.
old,
What's up, Ice
in
Poof?
Texas, murdered by 2 Venezuelan illegals. President Trump closed the border. Kamala Harris opened it by choice. It wasn't accidental. She said it would be humane. That's what she and her boss believed. Tell it to Laken Riley's family. There was nothing humane about it. He closed it. They opened it. It was an intentional choice, and there's no reason not to believe they won't do it again. The boys should not be in the girls' sports. The boys should not be in the girls' bathrooms. The boys should not be in the girls' locker rooms. Peyton McNabb, North Carolina sophomore in high school, slammed so hard in the face by a volleyball hit at her by a boy pretending to be a girl, she suffered traumatic brain injury and permanent paralysis. Kamala Harris looks at her and says, "Be kind, suck it up." And that's what's right. Why do our girls have to face brain damage in order to be kind to boys who want to invade their sports? And by the way, they are going into the women's prisons. She changed the law in California to make sure the taxpayers would pay for their sex change operations. She was not just following the law, she changed the law. President Trump will stop it. He got mocked by the left for saying he would be a protector of women. He will be a protector of women, and it's why I'm voting for him. He will close the border. He will keep the boys out of girls' sports.
Boom.
And where they don't belong. And you know what else? One more thing. He will look out for our boys, too.
Yep, guess.
Our forgotten boys and our forgotten men. Guys like you. Guys like these guys who've got the calluses on their hands, who work for a living with the beards and the tats, who maybe have a beer after work and don't want to be judged by people like Oprah and Beyonce, who will never have to face the consequences of her disastrous economic policies. These guys will. He gets it. President Trump gets it. He will not look at our boys like they're second-class citizens. And ladies out there who want a bit of girl power in this election, let me tell you something. How can you win when the sons and the husbands and the brothers and the dads you love are losing? It's not a win. We care, young women and older, about the lives of our children, the safety of our children. And we need not get so obsessed with what happens when they're in the womb that we forget about taking care of them once we're here and they're loved.
I think Megyn Kelly's doing a good job.
Last point.
This
What
is good
I
to get the
don't want,
women
what I
vote.
don't think you want is the left's version of masculinity. You see that ad they did about Trump voters trying to encourage women to lie to their husbands so that they could vote for her instead of Trump? That's their version of what marriage looks like. An overbearing husband who bullies his wife into saying she voted one way as opposed to an honest, open relationship. Oh, wait, I'm talking about Kamala and Doug. Sorry. Where was that story in the news? Where was that story? I don't remember a single media person, not one, who sat with him, asked him about the abuse allegations against him by a successful professional attorney who has great details, who has receipts, who has witnesses. No one even asked about it. I'm not into their version of toxic masculinity or new masculinity. I prefer the old version. Them, all of you, and I prefer a president who understands how to be strong and how to fight. I hope all of you do what I did last week. Vote Trump and get 10 friends to vote Trump too.
Wow, that's huge. That's massive. Megyn Kelly speaking for Trump is massive. That's going to bring the woman vote home, guys. This is huge.
Unbelievable. Thank you. Wow. Whoa. Oh, wow. I have some more big news, Megyn. I'm just getting this right now. So somebody that's very, very respected asked me to do his show 2 weeks ago, and I said, why not? And to me, it's very big because he's the biggest there is, I guess, in that world by far. Somebody said the biggest beyond anybody in a long time. And his name is Joe Rogan, and he's never done this before. And it just came over the wires that Joe Rogan just endorsed me. Is that great? Thank you, Joe. That's so nice. And he doesn't do that. He doesn't do that, so. And he tends to be a little bit more liberal than some of the people in this room. No, I had a lot of fun, and he was amazing, and it was a 3-hour interview. In fact, I was 2 hours late for a rally that we had. I had explained that a little bit, and it was cold out that night. We flew, but we had to make it. We were more than 2 hours late, and they understood. I said, you know, I just was interviewed by a very interesting guy, and he just kept going on. They called it a long form, and it could have gone a lot longer, but he was great. And he's not a person that does endorsements, but he did an endorsement. So I just want to thank Joe Rogan. That's fantastic. And Megyn, thank you very much. That was something. That's really something. Also with us tonight is the man that I hope is going to be your next senator. He's a winner. He's tough. He's smart. He loves your state. He loves your Commonwealth, and he will take this Commonwealth to new heights. He's just a spectacular guy, Dave McCormick. And Dave, I think, stand up, Dave. I think you, I looked at a poll before, and I think you're doing very well. He's against a survivor. The guy is a survivor. He's a lousy senator, doesn't do a thing. Do you think he's talking about fracking? That guy talks about fracking. He's not letting fracking get it disturbed in any way, shape. We'll double up.
To me, Joe Rogan endorsing Trump just means Trump is going to win, because Joe Rogan goes wherever the winds are taking him. Joe Rogan would not be endorsing Trump the day before the election if Trump wasn't going to win this thing.
You guys probably could have taken him. What do you think, huh?
Lecture drunk confirmed.
I think maybe, but you never know, right? You never really know. There could be an upset in the making. But he's been successful at everything. He went to Wall Street, became one of the most important people on Wall Street. And I just want to say that I hope you vote for him. He's going to be a great, great senator. The Commonwealth will be happy. You'll view it as a terrific vote. And think of it, it's going to be tomorrow. It's going to be tomorrow. We have another man who's a great senator from Tennessee. I love Tennessee. You know why I love him? For a lot of reasons, but we won by 31% last time. We didn't have to do this late night stuff with Pennsylvania, but I think Pennsylvania, I think we're gonna have a big number in Pennsylvania too. But I want to thank you, Senator Bill Haggerty, please. Thank you, Senator. Good-looking senator too. There's something about that. And you have tremendous. We have so many celebrities here. It's incredible. But Bill, thank you very much. Good. Mike Pompeo, please stand up. Mike. He lost all that weight. He's so thin now. Looks good. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate it very much. And we have members of Congress that are warriors. These guys have been fighting with me, meaning fighting with me in the proper way, not the bad way. And they're incredible people. John Joyce, Mike Kelly, G.T. Thompson, Guy Reschenthaler. These are terrific people. And somebody told me that, Guy, you were a terrific wrestler. Is that true? I didn't hear that. So I'm never going to fight him. That's all. You know, when you hear that stuff, Don't ever go against the odds, right? That's fantastic. I heard really good. Thank you very much, Guy. I appreciate it. Former Congresswoman and Democratic, and she was a good candidate, too, for President of the United States, Tulsi Gabbard, a woman of great common sense. A woman of great common sense. And she just switched over to the Republican Party, so that's good. She was a Democrat. Then she became an independent, and then she became...
Yes, Vike. Welcome, Vike. You've come into the #1 Pro Squirrel stream on Twitch. This is absolutely pro squirrel stream. We're anti-government executing squirrels. We are pro squirrel life, pro life for squirrels. Absolutely.
She started with us in the Oval Office in the White House. She became
Justice for Peanut.
She then became the governor of Arkansas. Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Sarah, thank you. Beautiful. Thank you. She's doing a good job, too. Oh, we have so many great people. So somebody that ran for president, and let me tell you, he was good, he was smart, he was so impressive to me. And he was, I watched the whole thing go on. They said, should you run? I said, listen, I got a 72-point lead over everybody. People want to hire a smart person, not a smart, to be president. When you're leading by 70 or 72 points, why should you go on a debate and have 12 people knock the hell out of you? Because eventually it's got to have a little impact. So I said, I'll sit out the debates, but I watched the debates, and I watched this man, and he was unbelievable. The governor of North Dakota, he's become one of the great oil experts. That state is doing unbelievable since he's been governor. And he was like me. He was a successful businessman. He made a lot of money, and he wanted to run, and he knew the state. He was in the state, and he ran for governor. He won. He's been one of the best governors in the country, very smart, and we got to bring him in because he's not going to be running again. I guess he's term limited or something, but he's not. And we're going to find a good place for this guy. We're not going to let him go. Governor Doug Burgum. Thank you. Thank you very much. And his wife, Catherine. Catherine is phenomenal. The son of one of the greatest baseball players of all time. You think I don't know about Roberto Clemente? Oh. So Roberto Clemente Jr., and I hear he's quite a player also, but I'll tell you, I remember his father in deep right field. I remember the throw. You know, I've seen a lot of baseball, and I've seen a lot of throws, and baseball doesn't seem to be quite what it was. We got to do something about that, you know? Too many stations, too many games, too late at night. They should hire me as commissioner, although I like their commission, I do. Some commissioners I don't like. But, you know, make baseball good. But I saw, come up here for a second, wherever you may be. Where is this guy? Because this guy was like, come up here, come on up here. Anybody with that gene, anybody with the blood in him of Roberto Clemente. Puerto Rico, I love Puerto Rico. Come on, come here. Tell them how great was your father.
Hello, Pittsburgh. Well, one thing that I can say is that I'm very proud to be here. For the first time, I had to take a step forward. It is very important for me to support this man because I believe tomorrow is a change of time. And to answer your question, to be able to talk about my father, the name Clemente, what it means is goodwill and unity. I believe that your team is going to bring it all home. I believe in everything that you stand for right now, being able to make the change for our families, my 3 kids that are very young and we live here in Pennsylvania. And I told this man that I commit myself to helping RFK Jr. with our kids and making America healthy again.
Wow. Well, Bobby's going to like that. Bobby's great, by the way. He's going to work, and he's going to work with him, but now he's going to work with Roberto Jr., Bobby Kennedy. You know, he's a credible guy. It's not an easy step. You know, they've been Democrats a long time, the Kennedy family. I'm sure they were thrilled, but Bobby had to do the right thing, and he did, and he's going to be very much involved. You know, he's got a tremendous view on health and pesticides and all the stuff, and we're not really a healthy country. Look at some countries are much healthier than we are, and they don't use all of this stuff. And so Bobby's going to pretty much do what he wants. I want him to do something really important for our country. It makes people healthier. We have obesity. We have every problem you can have, and Bobby feels very strongly about it. And he's going to be very much right. The only thing I told him, though, Bobby, you got to do one thing. Do whatever you want. You just go ahead. Work on the pesticides. Work on making women's health. He's so into women's health. And, you know, he's really unbelievable. It's such a passion. But I said, Bobby, I want you to do it, but leave the liquid gold to me. Don't trample that. Don't trample on our liquid gold, because we're going to we have more than any other country in the world by far. Don't trample on that, Bobby. Let me just close your eyes. Let me just make our country rich as hell. So I got to keep him away from that. That could be a problem, but I got to keep him away from that. So that's so exciting with Megyn and Joe. That's so exciting. I mean, we have so many great endorsements. It's just really amazing. By the way, Roberto Clemente, you know, we all see a lot of plays, and you forget about them. Even for those of us that have very good memories, you forget them. But I remember playing the Mets, the poor Mets. They were playing the Mets, and a ball was hit into the corner of right field. He played right field. And he went over, a rocket was hit there, and he went over and he was deep in the corner of right field. And the player started marching to the plate, pretty fast runner. And I've never seen, and I remember sort of everything. And Roberto Clemente, because he was a great hitter and all, you think of him as a hitter, but he was an incredible fielder. But he had the best arm, I think, in baseball. He threw from the deep corner of right field. It was not possible to do this. A ball that never was more than 10 feet off the ground, a strike. And the runner was out. And I said, well, there go my aspirations about being a professional baseball player. It was the greatest throw I've ever seen to this day, and so I wanted to, it's funny, he was one of the greatest hitters, but I remember more for the throw than the hitting even.
Highest forms of patriotism.
And Bobby is going to be
back. Love you back. And one of the highest forms of our love of our country is to then fight for the ideals of our country and to fight to realize the promise of America. So Pittsburgh, listen, we got one day left to get this done. So now we work to get out the vote. Let's reach out in these next 24 hours to family and friends and classmates and neighbors and coworkers. And as we do that, let us really be true to what our campaign has been about from the very start. And on that, I say, please let us be intentional about building community. Let us be
Watch Kamala Harris talk. Watch Kamala Harris. She'll literally talk for like 15 or 20 minutes. They'll have this huge production. Such an insufferable hag. She's horrible. She's totally insufferable.
Make people feel alone or feel small. But let us do the work as we work toward this win of building up community and coalition and reminding everyone that we have so much more in common than what separates us. Let that be our goal. And let us remind everyone, your vote is your voice, and your voice is your power. So one last time, Pittsburgh, I ask you, are you ready to make your voices heard? Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in opportunity? Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it? And when we fight,
what a, oh my word.
God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. God bless you.
Are you joking me? She spoke for 10 minutes, dude. No, not even. She spoke for 9 minutes. She literally spoke for 9 minutes. That's her rally? That's her rally? She spoke for... Donald Trump's been going for like 3 hours and he's still going... I can't believe that. 9 minutes.
Saying, we're stuck, we can't get out. All the fire exits were wiped out and the stairs were wiped out. You couldn't get out. They called their wives. They called... His brother was calling him and the wife. I mean, the whole story is crazy. And they all died, every one of them, and he had to rebuild. He wanted to rebuild, and he rebuilt the firm bigger, better, and stronger than it ever was. And he gave a big chunk of the firm for an extended period of time to the relatives, wives, and family of the people that were killed. Howard Lutnick. It's a great story, actually. That's a great story. He's a great guy. And just one other group is here because this is, we are all inclusive. And if you see what's going on up in a really incredible place, a part of the country that's very incredible, but it's under siege. It's under siege. It's happening in Detroit. It's happening in a lot of other places, but Michigan is really under siege because of what they're doing to the auto business. We're bringing it all back. You see that we're going to through a series of intelligent tariffs, no taxes, but intelligent tariffs. All those companies are going to be brought back, but we've gotten to know and really understand Muslims for Trump. How about that? Muslims for Trump. And it's become a big movement in Michigan, a beautiful movement.
I can't believe that. I can't believe that. I can't believe that she...
They don't want to be in wars.
Oh, nice.
Smart. And,
nice little YouTube sub there.
It's grown and grown and grown, and now we have a much bigger vote than they do. Can you believe that? Because they said these people are stupid. All they want to do is... they didn't know what to do. Actually, they were in between, and she has no idea. She doesn't know where the hell she is. She can't... And they liked me, and I liked them. And let me just tell you, they want peace. They don't want to fight. And they're not involved in the terror and all the things that are going on. They're great people, and it's an honor for them. I don't know where they are, but Muslims for Trump, if you want to stand up, because this was a really great, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. And I think there's tremendous cohesion, and I think they may very well be responsible for the kind of numbers we're showing up in Michigan. Michigan is really looking good, just like Pennsylvania's looking good, just like Georgia's looking good, just like Wisconsin is looking good. North Carolina is looking really good. Arizona's looking great. Nevada's looking great. Where else is there? But, even Virginia, we had a great meeting, Glenn Youngkin. We had a tremendous crowd. It's not a swing state, but we had a tremendous crowd in Virginia. I'm hearing New Hampshire, where, these are states that aren't really in play in theory, but they're in play now. No, I think we're going to have a big day. But you have to go. Forget about the others. It doesn't matter. You have to go and vote. We win this state, it's over. We win the Commonwealth. We're going to win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and it's going to be over. So get out and vote. That's all I ask. In conclusion, with your vote tomorrow, we are going to fire Kamala. We're going to save America. We will cut your taxes, end inflation, slash your prices, raise your wages, and bring thousands and thousands of factories back to America and back to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We will.
Yeah, isn't that insane? Locogen, she literally speaks for 10 minutes at her rallies. I don't understand. So they're literally putting together these big productions, and they're getting a big crowd together, and they're having all these people speak, and they're having this big crowd show up for hours and hours and hours in advance and wait. And then Kamala Harris gets up there and speaks for like 8 or 9 minutes and then is out and gone.
The support, protection, resources, and respect that they so dearly deserve. They know what's going on. They know everything. They know the names of the people that are coming into our country. They know everything about them. All we have to do is let them do their job. We will strengthen and modernize our military. I rebuilt it, but now a lot was given away to Afghanistan. Can you believe? They had a parade last week where they paraded our beautiful equipment down the middle of their boulevard. I don't like watching that. And we should have never let them have Bagram, the big air base that's just literally an hour away from China. We will build a missile defense shield over our country, all made in the USA, and a lot of it made in Pennsylvania. We will rebuild our cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. We will teach our children to love our country, to honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag. I will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools. And we will keep men out of women's sports. I will defend religious liberty. I will restore free speech, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms. Your Second Amendment. Your beautiful Second Amendment, which happens to be under siege, and for 4 years it was fine. After years of building up foreign nations, defending foreign borders, and protecting foreign lands, we are finally going to build up our country, defend our borders, and protect our citizens and our land. And we will stop illegal immigration once and for all. We will not be invaded. We will not be occupied. We will not be overrun. We will not be conquered. We will be a free and proud nation once again, and it will be soon. Everyone will prosper, every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with opportunity and hope and the American dream. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris and stop her radical left agenda, which is a landslide that is too big to rig. We're going to have too big to rig. So you need to get out immediately. You have to get out tomorrow. You have to get out tomorrow and vote. For the past 9 years, we have been fighting against the most sinister and corrupt forces on earth. They're the most sinister. With your vote in this election, you can show them once and for all that the nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. It belongs to you. It was hardworking patriots like you who built this country, and tomorrow it's hardworking patriots like you who are going to save our country. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America's promise, and we will bring back, we will take it back, we'll do whatever we have to do, the nation that we love. We love this nation. I mean, I'm doing this. I could be in the most beautiful beaches in the world getting whacked by saltwater waves with sharks in it, by the way. I don't like that. I'd rather be here. I want to be right here in Pittsburgh. With those big, strong men back there. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never back down. And we will never, ever surrender. Together we will fight, 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 and win, win, win. November 5th, tomorrow, will be the most important day in the history of our country, and together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make...
I agree with Locogen. That map is a joke.
God bless you. God bless you all. Thank you.
A little bit of, let's watch this.
My only purpose in even being here today, get out and vote. You know that.
Are we ready to do this? We're ready to get out the vote? We're ready to win?
If it's Monday, it's election eve and the last full day for both candidates on the trail as Vice President Harris closes with calls for unity and former President Trump doubles down on dark and at times violent campaign rhetoric. Plus, the race for the White House is a dead heat in our final NBC News poll before Election Day, as analysts and campaign officials try to make sense of a shocking new poll out of Iowa, showing Harris leading Trump in a reliably red state. And it could all come down to Pennsylvania as both candidates hit the Keystone State and Harris crisscrosses the Commonwealth with multiple stops today, including a star-studded midnight rally in Philadelphia.
Dude, do the Democrats, does everything they do has to be a copycat of Donald Trump? It's like, really? So now she's going to do a midnight rally in Philadelphia because Donald Trump does midnight rallies in Grand Rapids, Michigan? Unbelievable. The Democrats and the Kamala Harris are just copycats of Trump. Whatever Trump does, they do.
Welcome to Meet the
She will be there for 10 minutes. Yeah, guess. She just got done speaking for 8 minutes. She literally spoke for 8 minutes at Pittsburgh. What a pathetic joke. I've been laughing at her and criticizing her for the past. All right, let me get some clips up, actually. I think I've got like 10 clips I want to throw up here really quick. What a joke, dude. I can't believe Meet the Press has just degraded themselves like that. They do has to be a copycat of Donald Trump. Yeah, see, this I need to do. I like to do full. I need to get back. Unfortunately, I need to do this screenshot up to be able to do good clips. Unfortunately, you guys have to look at this good of a clear zoomed in shot of my mug here. For 10 minutes at her rallies. I don't understand. So they're literally okay, that's 2 for 10 minutes, dude. I just, that's crazy to me, dude. That's just crazy. It's the day before the election. It's the day before the election. It's the big election eve rally, and she gets up there and she talks for 9 minutes. Dude, what is going on? Wow, that's huge. That's massive. I don't know how to spell Megyn Kelly. Whatever. What's hilarious is like you guys know that like I'm clip farming, that I'm joking, that I'm trolling, that I'm having fun. Nobody on YouTube knows that. They think this is all 100% for. There's nothing wrong with crossing state lines, but the reality is oh man. So let's see. I wonder so Trump must be on his way to Grand Rapids. Do they have the
Dad's Ultra Bears has a limited edition Fight Trump beer can featuring the iconic image of President Trump yelling "Fight, fight, fight" after his assassination attempt. You may recall Conservative Dad's limited edition Revenge beer cans featuring President Trump's mugshot last year. Those cans are selling for as much as $500, and I looked it up. They're selling for as much as $500 on eBay for a case. So be sure to grab these, even if it's just a collectible, if not more, to grab a six-pack before they are gone.
Yeah, so that rally is obviously clearing out. 5. So that should be 5 shorts I just put up.
League of Champions, unbelievable, best fighters in the world, and a migrant league. At the end, I want the migrant to go against the champion, and I think the migrant might actually win. That's how nasty some of these.
Donald Trump, dude. I'm surprised Trump hasn't gotten into more trouble for the migrant fight league thing. That's hilarious, man. Unionization of rideshare workers in Massachusetts for ballot initiative. Don't. I don't even know what I'm talking about in that video clip. Whatever. I just gotta get up content. Couple more here, just a couple more here, folks. Sorry. Process. They can't even mentally process or comprehend even that Donald Trump is even. Dems cannot even comprehend where we are right now.
And use the military against their political opponents. So
just complete lunacy, just complete projection. There's no evidence. Oh my gosh, you guys, I can't believe I've been going 4.5 hours and we still have several hours to go.
Whatever the case may be, like if I can tell that I'm tired, or my brain's not working as well as it should. It's like a mental calibration.
That's so true. All right, last one. Last one here, folks. Last one. Jake Sullivan. He's one of the most long-standing scumbags.
Press Now, I'm Kristen Welker at NBC News election headquarters in New York on the last full day of campaigning in the 2024 race as the candidates make their final pitch to voters in the most critical battlegrounds. Former President Trump making 4 stops across 3 states today as Vice President Harris goes all in on Pennsylvania with 4 stops across the Commonwealth. Speaking this morning in North Carolina, Mr. Trump surprising the crowd with a new message on immigration and Mexico.
If they don't stop this onslaught of criminals and drugs coming into our country, I'm going to immediately impose a 25% tariff on everything they send in to the United States of America. You're the first ones I've told it to. Congratulations, North Carolina. Because if that doesn't work, I'll make it 50. And if that doesn't work, I'll make it 75 for the tough guys, and I'll make it 100.
Now, it comes as the former president has also closed in these final days with ramped up rhetoric and violent imagery with new attacks against his opponents and also the press.
The image of our country is terrible. It's terrible. It's a failed country. It's a very demonic party. It's become that way. And I have this piece of glass here, but all we have really over here is the fake news, right? And to get me, somebody would have to shoot through the fake news. And I don't mind that so much, because I don't mind that. And if you don't vote, you're stupid. You're stupid. They're terrible people. There's something wrong with them, actually. There's a lot of things wrong with them. If she wins, you will live the rest of your life as second-class citizens in your own country.
Meanwhile, Vice President Harris is closing with a more traditional and cautious approach with appeals for unity while ratcheting down the attacks on her rival, purposely not mentioning Mr. Trump by name during an event in Michigan last night, even though she's repeatedly called him out by name as unstable and unhinged over the last week. Today in Pennsylvania, the vice president leaning on that unity message, talking to canvassers in Scranton.
This whole era of this other guy, you know, what it's done with all that talk that's been about trying to have us point fingers at each other and divide each other, it makes
my gosh, this is brutal. Holy cow. I wonder if I can keep it going, guys.
People feel alone. It makes them feel like there's nobody standing with them. As we are getting out the vote, as we are canvassing, let's be intentional about building community, about building coalitions, about reminding people we all have so much more in common than what separates us.
Now, the shift is coming on the heels of a shocking poll out of Iowa showing Harris up 3 points over Trump in a state that former President Trump won by 8 points in 2020. Helping drive that number, a massive gender gap with Harris up 20 points among women. It comes as our final NBC News poll shows a neck-and-neck race nationally and a massive gender gap there as well of more than 30 points. Let's get right to the very latest from both campaigns and from the trail with our NBC News team. Garrett Hake is in Pittsburgh ahead of the former president's event there later this evening. Gabe Gutierrez is in...
Whoa, hold on. Smash. What's up, Smash? Trump is really good at memes. Definitely no question on that.
Allentown, Pennsylvania.
Goku Gaines, what's up, Goku Gaines? Yes, I am going to be streaming tomorrow. Lots. Yep.
Where the
4 hours of true Americanism. Yes. I've been now actually 4 hours and 40 minutes. I'm pushing 5 hours. How Rob did 26 is a mystery, and he streamed today for 3 more. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how Rob does it either. I'm having a hard time even keeping going right now. I'm at 5 hours. I did want to go. Tonight's a historic night. I did want to go at least until Trump finishes in Grand Rapids tonight, because this is historic. This is This is a truly historic night.
Campaigned earlier today. Maura Barrett is in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, tracking reaction to that very surprising poll I just mentioned. And Antonia Hilton is in Battleground, North Carolina, where Mr. Trump campaigned earlier today. He added new stops in this final stretch. Garrett, let's start with you. It's the very last day of the campaign. We heard Mr. Trump debuting that new message on immigration, essentially promising new tariffs on Mexican goods unless illegal immigration stops. What does that tell you about the view within the campaign and his strategy in these closing hours?
Well, look, I think it tells you a couple of things, Kristen. First of all, there is no policy problem to Donald Trump that cannot be solved with a skillful application of tariffs. He's believed this throughout his political career. He's doubled down on it time and time again. In this campaign, he did so again today. Second, I think it shows us what we know has always been the case.
Holy cow, Jazzy T. What's up, Jazzy T? Good to see you, man.
Ad hoc nature of policy development in Trump world. It's entirely possible that that policy announcement was news to his campaign staff. I've not seen anything else from the campaign about it today.
I personally think we're going to know tomorrow night, Goku Gaines. I think it's going to be such a blowout Trump victory that we'll know tomorrow night.
Not seen a press release or a Truth Social post. And think finally, it shows that Donald Trump is still looking for a way to kind of solidify what has been a polling lead on the economy among voters, but to kind of really get the hooks in people, particularly his core supporters who will vote on Election Day, give them one last reason to turn out if they've not been paying attention to his policies thus far to do so.
Garrett, take us inside the campaign. What's the temperature? What's the mood? Obviously, they are publicly projecting confidence, but what's your indication privately?
Yeah, publicly projecting confidence and using publicly available data to do so, Kristen. The campaign has yet to open up its internals and show us what their data shows, which I think is the kind of thing that suggests the picture they may be looking at internally isn't as rosy as what they are projecting externally. Now, the former president has been adding events these last couple of days. We noted that he's in North Carolina today. That's a state that his campaign or members of his campaign were telling me as recently as a week or two ago they thought they had in the bag. His behavior and the campaign's rhetoric are not necessarily in alignment here on that confidence. I think what we have heard from Trump in the last few days in his interview with Dasha Burns over the weekend and with John Karl of ABC News, a little bit more openness to suggesting the possibility entering his mind that he might lose, which is not the kind of thing that he ever entertains on the campaign trail, certainly not in front of an audience where even today he continues to say that the only way he'll lose is by cheating, kind of planting the seeds to dispute yet another election's results.
Yeah, and Garrett, what's notable, of course, that reporting you have comes against the backdrop of this gender gap that we saw in our poll and certainly in that Iowa poll. How concerned is the campaign, is Donald Trump about that?
Well, look, Donald Trump has kind of personally rejected the idea that he has problems with women, although there's been reporting that he's been asking friends and allies about ways that he might turn it around. The simple reality here, Kristen, is that this ship has already sailed a long time ago. I mean, Donald Trump never made any significant move towards the center or real significant move to reach out to women, except for the program that he sort of floated in an interview with NBC News about paying for IVF treatments for all Americans, and then almost entirely dropped from his stump speech after that. I think the Trump gender gap view here is that they have to simply maximize the end of the gap that works for them. That's turnout with men, jacking it up for them, depressing it with Harris's supporters. That's what they've been talking about the campaign's last days. That's what I expect we'll hear from the former president tonight in Pittsburgh.
All right, Garrett Haake, home stretch. Thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Great stuff. Gabe, let me turn to you. Trump is hitting 3 states today. The vice president.
Jazzy, anybody voting for Kamala is insane to me. By the way, sorry, I'm having a hard time not looking at my phone right now because I've been streaming for almost 5 hours. We're going all the way. Haven't not been on Twitch in a while. Decided to hop on tonight. Need a big win tomorrow. We need a huge win tomorrow, Jazzy. We need a huge win tomorrow. I don't think there's that many voters for Kamala Harris. What do I know, though?
And really largely focused on one. Does this all come down to Pennsylvania for her?
Yeah, Kristen, she is really all in at this point in Pennsylvania, although her campaign says that they are focused on all the battleground states and each of them.
Oh, hold on. Ben Shapiro. Look, I think Ben Shapiro just put out. Whoa, what's this? The Democrat machine in PA has gone kaput. Hold on. First, Ben Shapiro also put out his prediction, it looked like. Oh, no. Maybe it's on the Daily Wire channel or something? I don't know.
Let's vote. Let's get out the 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 vote. Let's win.
Was amazing. Kamala closing her campaign with a heaping, serving a cringe as the Veep and Donald Trump make their final push to win over undecided voters in swing states, Jesse. Right now, this race is tighter than the hairpiece that's glued to Jesse's scalp. Trump is closing like a madman with 4 rallies across 3 swing states, while Harris is sticking to one place, the Commonwealth of PA.
We stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America's promise and we will take back the nation that we all love so much.
It's about the win, and it is about more. It is about more. It is about just strengthening our country and reminding each other we are all in this together. We rise and fall together.
I've been waiting 4 years for this. We're just one day away from what will be the most important political event in the history of our country.
It is time for a new generation of leadership in America. And I am ready to offer that leadership as the next president of the United States of America.
But that's just a warm-up to Kamala's star-studded finale in Philly, featuring Joker 2-star Lady Gaga, Latin sensation Rick Martin, and talk show queen Oprah. Never heard of her. But Van Jones is worried the celeb bonanza finale could backfire.
I don't think people understand. Working people sometimes have to choose. Am I going to go to the big, cool concert this week and pay for babysitting for that? Or am I going to try to figure out a way to get to the polls? I don't like these big star-studded events. In fact, probably helped us lose last time. I don't want people going to concerts. I want people knocking on doors. I want people out there fighting for this thing. I'm just nervous.
All right, Dana, I have to come to you first because you seem to understand the coils and the engine of this whole system.
Dude, this is so the Dems are falling apart as far as I can tell from what that just said. If abortion is why you vote for Kamala, you're crazy. Oh, 100%. Imagine thinking like the ability to kill babies is like the most important thing. My rec league soccer team, they're all Kamala supporters. It was sad. I pretty much stayed quiet. Dude, I'm so sorry, Pro-Law. I'm so sorry, Pro-Law. That's so sad. Dude, you must feel so alone. You must feel so like you don't have any friends. Like, I don't know, man. That sounds horrible. I wouldn't want to live in a place where it's like I'm the only conservative. I could stand to live in a place where it was like 50-50 or shit. I could even live in a place that's like 60% Dem, 40% Republican. But it sounds like it sounds like you're like 100% of your like team, your rec league team is Kamala supporters. It's like, man, that just sucks, dude. I'm so sorry to hear that.
And I don't understand. As we add more experts and analysis, the election doesn't become more transparent. It becomes more complicated. It's like we turned the election into a phone plan or a cable provider where there's like, I don't even know what I'm listening to.
Britt Hume said something this morning in Newsroom that I thought was true. You know, sometimes you get frustrated with your phone and you just want to go back to a paper calendar.
Yes.
Because that's when you knew, like, everything was there. He said back earlier when he was reporting in his beginning of his career, you would, as a reporter, go and actually talk to people and get the feel for it. And now everything is so overpolled and social media is distorting things and you just don't necessarily have a good feel. So no one really knows exactly what's going to happen. I do want to add one thing, though. It's smart for her to stay in Pennsylvania because if she doesn't win Pennsylvania, she's not going to win the presidency.
Dude, that would be awesome, Pro-Law. Tennessee would be awesome. Tennessee's a fantastic place to move. There's tons of stuff happening there.
Jones, who we just showed from CNN, he also said during that same hit that he said, nothing is making me happy about Pennsylvania. He said, I'm nervous all the time, but he said, Philadelphia is where they need big numbers, but it's been trending down. And it's not in terms of people, of just Republicans, it's just people are not going out to vote. So we started this with her chanting, let's get out the vote, let's get out the vote. I don't know if the chanting is going to do it. I don't know if Cardi B is going to do it, or Lady Gaga, or Oprah even could do it. Because if people don't feel motivated to go out and vote in Pennsylvania, that's going to be really tough for her.
If only she had put Shapiro on the ticket, but she had to keep the Jew off the ticket, Jessica.
My favorite game.
Yes. Isn't it an interesting microcosm of America? Lady Gaga endorsing Kamala, but Lady Gaga's dad endorsing Trump. So who has a closer grip on reality of everyday Americans? The one who feels the effects of a bad economy or crime or immigration, the restaurant owner in a crime-plagued city, or the pop star, his daughter. Shouldn't she listen to her dad instead of her friends?
I think she's listening to herself. She was born
That's
this
always a
way,
mistake.
and she has always lived this way. And I don't think we need to pit families against each other. He has had success, and she has obviously had wild success and is an incredible talent. And there's no reason to minimize her for this. There is reason to consider if there will be someone who sees this as the final night is just about stars and it's not about Kamala Harris making her pitch. She will, I'm sure, give her same stump speech that she has been giving, which has been wildly effective. Now, in every survey, the late breakers are going for Kamala by double-digit margins, and Trump used to be leading in that category of people who were deciding closer to the end from 4 to 6 weeks out. But the last 2 weeks, it's been about her. But, you know,
Dude, my Kamala Harris short is going virus on YouTube right now. Look at this. Analytics. Almost 3,000 views. Almost 3,000 views on that video. I literally put that video up. When did I put that video up? 20 minutes ago. This is I don't understand YouTube, dude. I don't understand YouTube. It's been 20 minutes. Look at that, 90 likes on it already. All my other shorts, 0. I don't know, man. It's the craziest damn thing.
Jones says, I want people knocking on doors. They're having to send home canvassers because they have so many. And on Saturday, this was incredible. The Harris campaign was knocking on 2,000 doors a minute across Pennsylvania.
2,000 a minute, you
A
say?
minute,
A minute.
I say.
My goodness.
Yeah, and you just don't hear those kinds of stories from the Trump campaign. Now, that's not to say that
Maybe
they
'cause they're
don't
lies.
exist. They're not lies. I mean, my mom is right now in Scranton knocking on doors.
Really?
Oh. What? You got something against my mom now?
What?
Oh, you said it.
Of course
like,
not.
wow.
No, we all said, wow.
Wow. Oh, okay. Anyway, the closing message differential is so stark, though, and you are seeing the effect of this on people who are making
This is
these
like the
decisions,
one
and
liberal
just the
chick they have on,
conversations
or
about
what?
how it's ending. So Donald Trump has had to be in North Carolina, which I'm sure he's not thrilled about. So that's the only battleground state that he actually won. He had to go back there. And this rally that he gave
Sussy,
yesterday
what up,
morning,
Sussy?
the first one, the morning in Pennsylvania, where he did everything from saying, you know, he shouldn't have left in 2020 to that weird comment about, you know, shooting the media, that they'd have to shoot through the fake news, and I don't mind that so much. So his spokesperson had to come out and clarify that. Now, if you want to say everything about Trump taken out of context, it doesn't matter. He only has a finite amount of time left to tell the American public that their lives will be better under another Trump administration than under a Kamala Harris administration. And she's the one that's actually making those connections. She's the one that's convincing people that she'd be as
No,
good on the
she's
economy.
not.
She's completely erased his lead there.
No,
It
she
is.
hasn't.
We will get into that in the B block. She seems to be actually not talking about any policy at all, Judge.
Yeah, so I'm curious, when people go knock on doors, what do they say Kamala's policy is? Other than, you know,
United States Congressman and pastor Tim Walberg to lead us in today's invocation.
Well, greetings, Michigan Republicans. I hope that didn't scare you by hearing U.S. Congressman and pastor. I'm not a pastor anymore, but I'm still a minister. In fact, I'm a missionary in Congress. I'm privileged to represent Michigan's great 5th district that goes from Lake Erie to Lake Michigan, all along the southern border. We're the border wall except for J.D. Vance. He can come across as a Buckeye. The 5th district is the birthplace, actual birthplace of the Republican Party. And I'm so proud to be here with proud Republicans tonight who are going to perform a trifecta tomorrow with the White House, the U.S. Senate, and the U.S. House.
I have not.
I'm also
Goku
proud
Gaines.
to be dean of the Michigan delegation, a fabulous delegation of conservatives.
Thank you, Reddy.
In fact, our delegation was the first full state delegation endorsed by Donald Trump, and also the first full delegation of a state that endorsed Donald Trump as well. It's a conservative bunch with Jack Bergman, Bill Huizenga, John Molinar, Lisa McClain, John James, and we hope to add to all of that more conservatives. With Tommy Barrett, we'll get him across the line, Paul Young, and hopefully as well, Paul Hudson. A great delegation. Well, I'm here tonight to give that prayer, so let's get to it. The prayer that we give tonight isn't just a Republican tradition. It's an actual appeal to a God who has blessed this great country and really cares for us. Remember when the Constitution was established, it was being debated by that first Continental Convention, Constitutional Convention. Benjamin Franklin rose and he said this, and I quote, "The longer I live, the more convincing proofs I see that God governs in the affairs of men. Without his concurring aid, we shall succeed in this political building no better than the builders of Babel." And so let's pray. God, we're grateful today that we are here. We are here on a threshold of an opportunity to secure America. Thank you, Father, for graciously sparing President Trump in the assassination attempts. And I thank you as well that President Trump understands that it was your grace that spared his life and has established him for a purpose. And we believe we know what that purpose is. Tonight we pray for Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. We ask that you will continue to give them strength. And then, Lord, as you bless them with the presidency and the vice presidency, you'll give them the wisdom to govern this country and, in fact, to lead this world. We pray for Melania and Usha. We ask for their families as well, that you will care for them, that you'll meet their needs, that you'll encourage them, and that you'll protect them. God, I pray for our party. Unify our party, regardless of the outcome of this election, for the purpose of winning the hearts and minds of fellow Americans to do right. And yet we have all the reason to believe that Donald Trump and Republican majorities are the only hope for what our nation needs in these perilous times in which we live. But, as the psalmist said, some trust in horses and some in chariots, but we trust in the name of the Lord. May our ultimate trust be in the great God who alone can bring hope and victory. And so, God, tonight, give us victory, we pray. And Father God, heal our land to truly be a shining city on a hill and a beacon of hope to a broken world. And so our Father, who is above all, hallowed, exalted, revered above every other name, your rule and reign with ultimate authority come to us today. Your will be done right where we are, And we're
By the way, I think I stopped following that end wokeness status when it was like anti-Semitic at some point. I can't remember if that's 100% though.
and resolve and forgive us our faults and errors, and yes, our sins, as only you can enable us to forgive others. Do not lead us into any enticement to deviate from your authority, but deliver us from evil and its forces, for yours is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former state senator and Republican nominee for the United States Congress in Michigan's 7th District, Tom Barrett, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to briefly share a story with you before we do the pledge. 70 years ago here in Michigan, a member of Congress introduced the bill to add the words "under God" to our Pledge of Allegiance.
I know, I can't.
Because America was in the middle of the Cold War. And he said the unbridgeable gap
Been in that chair for like almost 5 hours, Goku Gaines. It's like, oh man, it's brutal.
in Almighty God. That bill was signed into law 70 years ago this year on Flag Day, President Trump's birthday, and that member of Congress was my great-grandfather.
Whoa!
The United States is running.
Audi Glaze dropping 300 bits. Yo, thank you, Audi Glaze.
They are concentration camps.
Holy cow, what was that? Oh, and the sub? Whoa! Audi Glaze, thank you so much, Audi Glaze. Holy cow, 300 bits. Are you okay for real? Yes, Ruddy, I'm standing because I've been sitting in that chair all day long and I'm sick of it. But I don't want to stop streaming. Audi Glaze with the tier 1 for 40 months. Thank you, man. Good to see you, Audi Glaze. Thanks for being here. Hope you're doing well.
Please welcome to the stage Marine veteran Andrew Harbin to sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see him by the dawn's early light?
Roddy!
What so proudly we hailed
The fiver!
at
The 5-pack!
twilight's last
This guy's good. Thank you, Ruddy. Thank you so much.
Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous and fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streamed.
That's huge, Ruddy. Thank you so much, Ruddy.
And the
Man.
rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night, and that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled and banner yet wave. Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
What is that chick like holding up a picture of like a guy in the background? That man's beard is equally impressive. Yeah, no kidding, right? That was so weird. That chick in the background.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Mayor of Hamtramck, Amir Ghalib.
Better than anybody else. You don't know my state. My state was a slave state. My state is a border
Yo,
state.
Fleabag.
My state is the 8th largest black population in the country.
That's crazy, Audi Glaze. That's crazy.
Good evening, everyone. It's my honor to be here to speak to you tonight. This is an amazing crowd, and this will be a historic night, and tomorrow, hopefully, we'll celebrate together a historic victory. The whole world is standing on its feet, watching and observing what will the American people decide tomorrow. The fate of the world will be decided by you tomorrow. And the future of our country and our democracy will be decided by you tomorrow.
Alter, thank you, Alter. Boom, getting the hype train started.
I'm very proud
Yo, thank you, Alter.
that I endorse President Trump, and my endorsement broke the wall of isolation and fear and silence and hesitance among the Arab and Muslim Americans.
We were just about 5 bits short of a hype train there.
I was just looking at some surveys, and I was showing some of my friends now a survey that was started an hour ago among the Arab Americans in Metro Detroit area, and over 1,300 people participated so far. It shows that 76% will vote for President Trump. And only 3% chose Harris. The rest are others. Another survey was done last week, and over 3,300 people in the Metro Detroit area, 57% chose Donald Trump, 8% chose Harris. Thank you. So, my message to my fellow Arab and Muslim Americans, your votes in the swing states will change the face of America, and your votes will decide the future of America. So please choose carefully between negligence and arrogance of Harris, who never visited your cities or your communities, whose campaign kicked out some of the Arab and Muslim activists after they invite them with special guest invitations, and who refused to meet with any of the Arab American leaders, and between President Trump, who showed so much respect and appreciation to the community, who visited our cities, and who sat down with us and listened to our concerns and showed so much appreciation to the Arab American community. Now, please choose peace over war.
Eyeliner, what's up,
stability over
Eyeliner?
Chaos.
Eyeliner, a hype train is like a Twitch mini game built into the Twitch platform where if a bunch of people cheer and subscribe and stuff, it starts a hype train, and then you can get tier levels on it, and then as you get higher tier levels, you unlock different emotes. You can get hype train conductor badges, you can get different chat badges, all sorts of things to it.
This 78 years old man has been doing everything possible to gain your support, and some people are saying he's a threat to democracy. How is that possible when he's working so hard to gain your support I think he's the right person for this critical time, and he will protect our democracy and our country, and you all should decide tomorrow and choose President Trump. Thank you so much.
Nice. Wow, that looks like a massive crowd there in Michigan.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Mayor of Dearborn Heights.
I love you too.
Thank you, Altair,
Hello, Michigan.
Fleabag, Ruddy, Audi. Thank you, guys.
I love these guys. I can tell you, Mayor Ghalib Amr, my brother, he said it best. Actually, he took my speech. But I can tell you, I've been talking to a lot of my community members, the surrounding cities. There's a lot of support for President Trump. I can tell you, on Thursday, I kid you not, I had 15 people that actually came in. They're immigrants, just got their citizenship. First time they voted. After they voted, they told me they voted for President Trump. Yeah. President Trump has got a lot of support from my surrounding communities, also from a lot of businesses in the area who are worried about their businesses, about the economy, the way things are going. I even got calls from friends of mine who actually work on Border Patrol, and they really want President Trump to control what's going on, and also the dismay in some of the areas we're seeing in Michigan with whatever's happening from the border. You guys know what I'm talking about. We got to get that under control. Thank you. I owe it to my brothers that works at Border Patrol. Some of them I served in the Marines with. And hoorah! Sorry, fellow service members, this is a Marine thing. So I can tell you there's very few, maybe this month, people that actually told me that you should have sat on the side and not get involved with this. But you know what I told them? They said, might lose your re-election next year. I told them I'd rather lose my election to have a bunch of warmongers win the election. Yeah. Thank you. As a Marine of 21 years, I swore to protect the Constitution of the United States. Right. And I can tell you, I was really upset when Cheney visited Michigan. To me, that was a slap in my face. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. And that's a slap in a lot of veterans that actually served in Iraq and wars in the Middle East. One thing that was really upsetting when Cheney said, country over power. What'd you say? Country over party. You lost my train of thought. That's how upset I was. But I can tell you, she actually misunderstood. We all misunderstood. She should have said, money over country. Cheney deceived all the Americans by telling them Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. Yeah. Had a lot of thousands of our military were killed in Iraq. Tens and thousands were injured. Over 1 million Iraqis were killed. Just deception of the American people. For what? He benefited his company $40 billion. Taxpayers' money. Thank you. So that's one of the reasons I voted, and I just voted recently, but I can tell you, I endorsed Donald Trump to be the President of the United States. Thank you. Thank you. We need to bring prosperity, build our economy, stop the war, and invest in our country and rebuild our infrastructure. Vote for Donald Trump to be our next president. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome to the stage, United States Congressman John.
Hello, West Michigan. My name is John Molinar, and I represent Michigan's 2nd Congressional District. Little history tonight. As he walked out of the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia, Benjamin Franklin was asked what the delegates had given the people. His response, a republic, if you can keep it. In less than 24 hours, the votes will be cast and the polls will close here in Michigan. Much is at stake. Can we keep this republic? I have good news for you. We will soon hear from President Donald J. Trump. So here's my request for all of you. If you haven't already voted, I need you to vote tomorrow. I need you to vote for a more prosperous America. I need you to vote for a secure southern border. I need you to vote for a healthier America and for our God-given rights to the freedom of religion and the freedom of speech. Vote for the right to defend your family and your family's values. Vote for the sanctity of human life. America needs you to vote for President Donald Trump, Mike Rogers for Senate, and I ask that you give us a growing Republican majority in the U.S. House and the Michigan House of Representatives. And please do not forget to complete your ballot by voting for O'Grady and Fink for Supreme Court. I want to personally thank you for all you've been doing. You've been making phone calls, knocking on doors, placing yard signs, talking to your friends and neighbors about the importance of this election. History will record whether we live out America's full promise or decline, as so many nations have done before us. Our freedom hangs in the balance. Let's make America great again and rise to the occasion by electing Donald J. Trump as America's 47th president. Thank you, and God bless you.
Boo. Oh, sorry, I was booing John Tester on my phone's Twitter profile.
J. Trump. Now we're gonna do a little class participation here, all right? Everybody with me? You ready for this? All right. Who here was at DeVos Place just down the road in 2016? Let's hear from you. That's a good crowd. That's a good crowd. Now, who here was out at Grand Rapids Airport freezing their nuggets off? All right. That was a cold night. Interestingly enough, Ted Nugent was backstage trying to keep his hands warm so he could actually do the national anthem. Well, I know that we've got a phenomenal crowd here tonight, and there's as big a crowd can't even get in. So count yourself lucky as we elect Donald J. Trump, the next president of the United States. All right, we're not done with class participation quite yet. All right, we're going to do a little poll. The media is going to be kind of interested in this one, actually. It's okay. It's okay. It's good they're here. They're giving us good coverage. That's all right. So I want to know who here has either done early voting or absentee ballot already. I'm assuming the rest of you are voting tomorrow. All right, there we go. Both of those responses make me think the Democrats are in a lot of trouble. That's right. That's right. All right, so now we've got a little bit of time, not much. My understanding is, I hope I'm not spoiling anything, the president's in the air, he's on his way here, and I think that's a good thing, right? We've all been here for a little while, but that man is the Energizer Bunny of American politics, isn't he? So, we're gonna see, and I see my friend, my 10X friend right down there, by the way. We gotta make sure, if you haven't gone out to 10X, make sure that you're doing that. That is a tool to get your friends, your neighbors, and even your cousins that you don't like out to the polls tomorrow. So, but we're gonna see if we can let President Trump know he's coming to Grand Rapids, and I'm gonna divide you. Okay, this way we'll let you guys kind of choose. You're right here. No, it's not gonna be a grow green, grow white, not a go blue. Hold on. All right. So hold on. Hey, as long as we beat Ohio State, that doesn't matter. All right. So, by the way, isn't J.D. Vance the best thing that's come out of Ohio? That's right. All right, stick with me. Here we go. I want this side of the arena, and man, this is an amazing arena. There's not a seat pack. By the way, you better be telling the truth on this. There isn't a single open seat up there, by the way, media. So I want to hear this side of the arena do a Trump. This side of the arena, I want to hear a Vance. So let's go. Trump. One more time. Yeah, that's right. Way to go. Way to go. Way to go. All right. Now, my time's coming up, but I just want to press one thing and make sure that you understand this. Donald Trump needs to go into the White House at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. We all agree about that, right? But here's the thing, and I've lived through this. I lived through the first 2 years of the last Trump administration. We can have him in the White House, but if he does not have the ability to pass his legislation, whether it's energy policy, tax policy, foreign policy, that agenda's dead in the water, and we cannot let that happen. We cannot let that happen. So we've got to make sure that we are electing a Republican majority to the House of Representatives and a U.S. Senate. And guess what? Michigan is at the crossroads of all three of those things right here tonight. All three of those. We are the path to the White House, the path to the Senate majority, and the path to the House majority. And that's how we get our agenda, your agenda done. So, who wants to go win? All right. Now, let's give it one big send-off. Trump, Vance, Trump. Let's go win!
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage endorsed candidate for the United States Senate, Mike.
How about this no tax on tips helmets? I love that. I love that. Those are called, working hats. How about that? Well, I have to tell you, you got to get excited. I know the president's on his way. Yeah, you bet. I hope you're ready to give him a Grand Rapids, Michigan send-off into tomorrow, into his next presidency, huh? And I want you to do me a favor. There's 4 generations of military service in our family, 4 in my wife's family as well. Our son, Lieutenant John Rogers, is here with us this evening. I don't know where he's at. I don't know where he went. All right. My wife also served Department of Defense in Iraq. Thank you so much for your service as well. To all of the veterans, thank you. To our friends who traveled here from Dearborn and Dearborn Heights in Southeast Michigan, our Christian Arab friends, our Muslim Arab friends, welcome. You are welcome here, and we're counting on you. Thank you. We all want a path to peace, and we all want prosperity for our families and our children. Thank you for being part of that coalition. Thank you. You know, the Democrats are very proud. I don't know if you noticed this. They have Bon Jovi come into Detroit tonight. Yeah. Right now. This is okay. This is really okay. I'll tell you why. They got Bon Jovi. We got auto workers. Thank you, brother. Yeah, that's right. We do have Kid Rock. That's pretty good. I like that. Who's a great shot at a beer can, ain't he? That's pretty good. What, is it too soon? Was that too soon? They have Taylor Swift. We got Teamsters. They got Sarah Jessica Parker. We've got farmers on our team. I will take Team America all day long, huh? Tell you some other folks we got. Met a guy who was the valet, the bellhop valet, who came here about 10 years ago from a Caribbean country. And we just happened to be chatting about where he was at and where he was going. He said, you know, I don't understand Americans sometimes. Do you know I would have to pay to have this job in my home country? And I would have to pay every month a VIG to somebody who helped me get this job in my country. And he said, you know what happened here? I came here and said, I'm going to be the hardest working guy you have here if you give me a chance. And he said, you know what? Unbelievable. Not only did they give me the job, but after 10 years of saving, I'm going to be able to afford my first house. Only in America, he said, could this happen. Think about what we have and who we are. We stopped at a Lebanese restaurant, actually, on the way. We were in the southeast side of Michigan today. We were with J.D. Vance earlier today, who did a phenomenal job in Flint, Michigan, I will say. The owner was Muslim. He had Arab Christians working on his staff. Yeah, you bet. Chaldeans, Egyptians, you bet. I love it, I love it, I love it. Yeah, I love Chaldeans. Yeah. Make sure you all come to the polls tomorrow. I love it. They all came out one by one, all of them, the servers, every one of them. And he came out and said, I will tell you something. I know there was some trepidation about voting Republican. He said, but look at my restaurant. Candidly, it wasn't all that full. He said 4 years ago, we used to have 45, an hour, and 90-minute waits. The Democrats are stealing our future. Think of that. And one staff after another came out and said, we can't handle this. We are voting Republican. So we know how difficult it has been on Michigan families all over this state, and we've talked to a ton of them. For the moms who are struggling, who told us that they have to go to the food pantry the last 2 and 3 days of the month to feed their families. to the folks who actually are working for a living that just got laid off at Ford. Think of that, 700 people because of these EV mandates. The government telling you what kind of car to buy and telling our companies what car to build. We're going to kill those EV mandates. So think about what we're doing here. We are here tonight. You didn't give up on politics. Thanks for doing it. You didn't give up on Michigan because so many people did early on. We got here tonight where we will make the difference for President Donald J. Trump and sending him to the White House. And for those families that had to go home and talk about that pink slip with their family, which, by the way, goes through Thanksgiving and Christmas, we need to tell them something tomorrow by our showing up, by you bringing 5 of your friends, by finding that crazy Uncle Earl that we all have that hasn't voted in 10 years. You got to find him, get him to the poll. Yeah, everybody knows that. My family says it's me. I don't know. It could be. We need to tell those auto workers, come tomorrow, we're going to have your back. We're going to tell that woman who is taking groceries off of the conveyor belt and putting it back in the cart because they can't afford it, tomorrow we will have your back. We're going to tell police officers who have been treated like doormats for the last 4 years, come.
They want peace. And Donald Trump is the peace candidate. He's the one who's going to deliver peace. No more wars. No more open borders. We're tired of it. And we're tired of the left telling you that somehow you are mean-spirited for wanting to have a closed border. You're not mean-spirited. Matter of fact, you are the